Hello, hello, hello. Back today for part 2. I don't remember where we were, but it'll come to me as we go. We've opened the gate in the cathedral ward, that's right.
Very well.
Can we get a level? 1,000 short, okay. Do we need to repair? 19. Hello, Gammon. Does he have anything news to say?
The healing church and the blood ministers who belong to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. They worked and forged weapons in their unique workshop. Today, most ministers don't recall the hunters, but they have much to offer you. And so, heed the message of your forebears. Ascend to Erdon Chapel.
Dope. Okay, so we got a little bit there about Ludwig, right? Which we have heard a little bit about so far. If I remember correctly, I think he appears on the badge. There he is. Right? Ludwig was the first of many healing church hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts, which we got from the cleric beast boss. And this talks about, so there's the healing church, which we are pursuing. We heard from Gilbert at the beginning of the game that I think we need. Do we need to go sit? No, we got the flame. We got the flame sprayer, didn't we? Yes, we did. We heard. Where was it? We heard from Gilbert that we should seek the healing church to learn about this thing that we're supposed to be looking for, which is pale blood, right? We had the note when we first started the game to seek the pale blood. And Gilbert told us, I don't know what the hell pale blood is, but if you're looking for anything to do with blood, go find the church. And we killed the cleric beast, learning that many clerics of the church will transform into the most hideous of beasts. Right? Is the cleric beast such a beast? Is he one of the more terrible? He's definitely up there, right? The other beasts are just the regular trash mobs. And then we hear the name of Ludwig. And is his name on here too? There it is, yeah. The radiant sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig, which we found at the top of that tower in the cathedral ward, with that note that was sitting there talking about the choir that said the sky and the cosmos are one. So we're piecing a bit of the picture around here. We're getting an idea. The church has something to do with blood. The hunters seem to be separate from the church, but related to it. Cool. And we're still trying to figure out exactly what is the hunt and why is it happening and what's going on. What's the point of it? And why did we come here? Right? How did we come to be in Yharnam? Which I don't know if the game ever explicitly says, or we have to imply it. I do know what the answer is. But well, I guess it's sort of. I guess we could talk about it. The game opens up with us getting the contract for the blood ministration, right? And the blood ministration seems to have healed us in some way. That's why when you're a blood vial, right, it says, the description on the blood vial says, popping a blood vial, like, makes your body essentially remember the first instance of blood ministration. That's why you're healed. do we have anything else to do? Right, we got that. I should probably not mash the button. Let's go to Cathedral Ward. I hope you are having a wonderful day wherever you are. And I hope you are enjoying and or will enjoy the series. I wonder if I should move the game. The game is currently stored on my external hard drive. I wonder if I put it on the console itself. It might load faster.
Ah, the hunter. Alive and well, are ya?
Anything more from him?
This is a safe place. Stay as long as you like. But next time you're out on a hunt, remember what I asked. If you find any sane survivors, tell them to seek shelter at Erden Chapel. Because there's nothing to fear here.
Okay, I think that's the same. And what did I do? What did I do with the girl? I guess we can do that later. I need to not forget, but I will. So we've beaten the Bloodstarved Beast. That's the last boss we've done. We've gone down the path to get the mats. I think we need to do the ward itself properly. We've gone up here, and we've gone down. I know what we need to do. There's several things. Let's kill this guy first. Wait a minute. Okay. Yes, he is. Okay. Oh, you're in stamina. Ooh, almost two-shot. I don't think I went up the ladder here. We should do that. Yep. It's an item. Numbing Mist. Let's go have a read of that. Throw to create mist cloud that prevents HP restoration. So this is all throughout the Souls games, items like this. Let's go have a read of this. Throw to create a mist cloud that numbs a hunter's life essence and prevents restoration of HP. So it stops healing. Said to be used by the Blood Hunters of Canehurst. Its recipe is a secret closely guarded by the line of nobles inhabiting the castle. Interesting, right? This is the first instance, I believe, of hearing Canehurst. What is Canehurst is what's going on there. Talks about nobles, so that should be an interesting place. Bunch of nobles in a castle somewhere. I guess I genuinely... There we go. Black Messenger hat. Have a read of that. I think we have several of these already. Yep. This is just going to be more of the same. Black Messenger hat. Hat that messengers are oddly fond of. Symbol of the preventative hunters of the Healing Church. The inhabitants of the stump appear to have an interest in adornment. Why not let them be happy and revel as babes? I think all the items end with that, which is just cute, right? It's just a cute little thing to say. We should go up this way first. Go ahead and grab this. I want to get a jump on this guy, because he can end up in a bad position. I meant to jump attack him. There we go. Okay. If you want some. We'll do hit and run tactics on him, because this is not a good place where he is. We really don't want to be on the steps, and there's more guys coming with him. The steps are really bad to fight him. Especially when you're under him, right? You're lower than him. Okay, it looks like he might be fucking off. If we can get good, if we can get you. Shit, that's bad. This is all kinds of bad. No. Just freaking transform. Give me the gun. Shoot it. There we go, that's one. Gotta remember, I don't have as much stamina as I hope I do. As I hope to have. That's why stamina is so important to have. If you don't have it, you can't do things. And you need to do things. Waiting for him to shoot us. We didn't want him to, so I was waiting for him to do it. Sweet. Gonna grab that. You see that was 6 vials right there? Nice and beefy. Well, thank you. 3 vials and 3 bullets. Maybe a switch right here. There's a dog right there, be aware of that. Try to sneak up on him. Oh, that didn't kill him. Okay. I was getting ready to shoot him because it's like, this is just silly. But then he came back. That's very well hidden, that item. Be sure to get that. Okay. Well, I guess I should complete the circuit here. Alright, so this is where we came in, right? That's the ladder we went up for the numbing mist. That's the gate. Those are the stairs we just went up. Just made a circle. Now, we have 2 ways we can go. We can go that way, or we can go up the ladder here. I don't know if you can see. You see there's a ladder up there? Let's put this on really quick. So there's another ladder up above. There are arguments to go either way. The problem about going up the ladder is you want to go down, but you'll be in very tight quarters with a lot of enemies. I personally don't like to go that way. How many mats do we have? Oh, we could upgrade. I probably ended the stream yesterday saying, I'll upgrade on the next stream. But then I forgot. Hello. It's one. What are these guys? 7 hits? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very nice. I didn't even count on the other guy. It was me just ballparking it. Be sure to get all these. There's a good, I think, maybe 5 Madman's of Knowledge hanging around. Maybe 4. Check it every nook and cranny. You can grab this through the gate, which is neat, right? There's a body. That's where it was. You can grab it through the fence there. Take your time with these guys. I got a little greedy. I finished my stamina. Let it come back. The real key to these guys is just take your time. They look intimidating because of how big they are, and they hit really hard. But they're quite slow, quite easily avoided. Good rule of thumb for all the Souls games just in general, right? Just take your time. Go at your own pace. No need to be the speedrunner. Okay, he's got a flame sprayer. Okay. We'll go ahead and open this gate. Lore in the game talks about the significance of this. I don't know if, do we have anything that talks about that? Does this? Oh no, it's the, what's it called? I forget what it's called. It's the piece of cloth that we can buy in the shop, in the Hunter's Dream, for 10k. That lets you, open this gate instead of having to do the whole roundabout way that we did. It talks about when the hunters of the church go out on their hunt, I think it's Ludwig especially, that as a signifier of them leaving, they would close the gate. If you're wondering where we are for this gate, well, we're still in Cathedral Ward. This is the gate with the other big guy, right? With all the upgrade mats down that way. This is the courtyard, right? There's these two guys in the courtyard, and right through there is the lamp. I hope that's making a pretty clear picture of getting an idea of the map. It's really not that big. Bloodborne is actually quite a short game, like physically speaking, right? That crow is there. Luckily it didn't matter. The crows are usually not that big a deal, especially when there's just one. Okay. Just thinking about what the best way to do this is. I don't think we should go this way. So we're going to double back there. Just killed that guy to make sure just to have him dead. It's better for the enemies to be dead. So over here, we got a crow. And we have another one of these guys. Right? Interesting. What is going on in this town? This is great. 2 twin blood shards. Very important. Don't forget to get those. We'll ignore all that's going on right there. 12 shining coins here. And nothing to see. Checking all the nooks and crannies. Got a blood gem. And we have an antidote. So we go down here, all the way down these stairs, and see what's going on with this door. We can talk.
The door is
So that was interesting, right? Well, we only have the one option here. Okay, so we have that door, and you might remember from yesterday, the last stream, we have another door at the very top of the tower, where we got the sword badge for the weapon we're using right now. So maybe we'll be able to go through those. So what I like to do to deal with these guys is there's a big mob right here. We can kind of get them to come at us one by one. They're chilling over here. Well, you might get shot right there. Okay. That usually doesn't happen because I stood in the wrong place. Go ahead and grab that. We got him. How did I miss? That was embarrassing. Well, I usually handle this a lot better. We're gonna bail. Might be because we're not on NG Plus and I don't have all the gear that I usually wear. Might be why. It could also be I'm tired. I will take that I'm tired. Or that I just suck, right? That was quite sucky. But I'm still alive, right? There's some evidence for you if you're concerned about sucking at the game. And that means you can't beat it. You can definitely beat it. The game's not that hard. So up we go. And this goes to... This is, if you remember, this is the ladder. Right, I don't know if you can see it. Well, that was the first ladder there. And there's the ladder. Here's a ladder we can climb up to get up here. All right, so once again, a lot of interconnecting pathways. I always think there's an item on that platform, and there never is. I don't think there's anything down. Let's go down. I legit don't remember. Yes, there is. 10 bullets, very nice. Cool, that's why I don't remember, because when you get to the higher cycles of the game, you don't care about finding bullets and stuff. But 10 bullets for the first game, for the first playthrough, it's great. We have a note here, so we can see. I don't know if I show that off very well. Right, the proper shiny note that's hanging around. Let's go going to read it. A watchman of Bergenworth guards the gate with a password, the sacred adage of the Grand Cathedral. So maybe that's the gate that we were just at, right? It definitely is, right? Because he asked for a password specifically, explicitly. So he's a watchman of Bergenworth. We've heard Bergenworth before, right? And he's asking for the sacred adage of the Grand Cathedral, which we don't know what that is. We need to find the Grand Cathedral. Which, you know, might be that building over there. It's pretty grand. So we're gonna go back down. And explore this street over here. This item right here, 18 poison knives. And do be careful about the fog that's going on here. We hear some banging on the doors.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And then the best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
Okay, let's try again.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And then the best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
Alright, so he's just repeating himself. To beware this guy. I probably should have said something first because I just know he's there, so I just attacked him. So we just got the Black Church set, which has more better defense. This is better physical though. This gives all blue though, right? Which is pretty decent. Let's go ahead and read it. Black Church hat. Attire of healing church hunters. Most healing church hunters are elementary doctors who understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge achieved by disposing of victims, and even potential victims, before signs of sickness manifest themselves. Their black attire is synonymous with fear and that peculiar Yarnum madness. Fun, right? So here we're learning about the hunters of the church specifically, are elementary doctors, right? We can learn from this, as it says, they understand the importance of early prevention of the scourge. It seems the church hunters are the ones responsible for probably a lot of the dead bodies we see around town. Right, like a lot of the beast people. So that's fun. And the Black Church garb is my go-to for a chess piece because the defenses overall are just very, very good. You lose a little bit in physical, right? We have 90 defense, 90 blunt, but 110 thrust, 110, 110, 100, 110. Overall, this is the best armor for the chess piece. If you find it lacking anyway, like if you want the hunter garb, right, you want that extra 20. For you see this loses all the thrust though, right? That plummets to 80. But you get the 110 on physical, 110 on blunt, right? This is 110 and 100, right? 110 and 100. A lot of sacrificing on thrust damage. But the 90 physical, 90 blunt, is great. It's pretty satisfactory. It's not amazing, but it's okay. It really, all the rest of the defenses really balance it out, I think, to make it the overall. Like if you were to add all the numbers together, the black church garb would have the highest number. I think Gascoigne's gloves are the best for right now. Black church might be the best to put on too. Lose 10 in blunt. A little bit more poisoning. Poison resistance. Pretty good. The black church set is quite good. Definitely recommend you use it.
Oh, we've the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. Deepest, widest gratitude. Yes. Yes.
So they keep talking about, they keep addressing church people. I wonder, I don't remember, because Gascoigne's set counts as church clothes as well. I wonder if this changes what they say.
Oh, we've the deepest gratitude for the church.
Okay.
And all they
I couldn't
do.
remember. It's been a long time.
Widest gratitude. Yes.
Cool. So they always say that. The Gascoigne's back on. This back on. Does this say anything? Okay, attire of Healing Church Hunters. The Holy Shawl, symbol of the Healing Church, flutters proudly on their backs. Sure. Everything else is the same. What about the surgical gloves? This is different, right? This came with the black set, the black church set. White surgical gloves. The intricate embroidery weaves a spell that protects their wearer. The church engages in the hunt in a medical capacity. When a cancer is discovered, one must pinpoint its location, reach in and wrench it from the host's bosom. Which makes sense for what, they're surgical gloves. That makes sense what they would do, what they would be used for. And this should definitely be the same. Yes, it is. Cool. Moving on. Blood vial there. We have 2 more potential people here. Let's talk to this one.
You're not from around here, are you? Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast.
Touche.
Step away from my castle.
Well, he's not very pleasant, is he?
Oh, enough of you. What, you think this is funny? Well, I certainly don't, so be gone with you. I'll have nothing to do with your beast stunts. Oh, enough with you already. Come, just go with you.
Gotta keep pestering him.
Oh, enough with you already. Come, just go with you. Oh, enough with you.
So he is done. Then we got this one over here.
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day. What is it then? I'm off during hunts, so if that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices. If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling.
She's off during hunts. What does that mean?
Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right? Might you know of a safe place? The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left. Please, there must be some nice place to run off to.
Neat. So, seems we have another recruit, right? We'll tell her of Odin Chapel.
Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there. Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
Okay, so we have a recruit there. Let's talk to him again.
What's this two-bit nonsense you're peddling? I heard you told that wench about some shelter. Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider. Why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin.
So we've established he's pretty cynical, right?
All right. What crafty lies does the outsider have today? You think I'm an easy mark? Yeah? Well, give me your best shot.
So, you might think to just tell him straight up, right? But he clearly doesn't trust you. I gathered pretty quickly. Well, I can't remember. I think I said the chapel. But then he says what he says. But he's not trusting us. So let's tell him of the clinic. And very likely he's not going to believe us.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollocks. I know a superstition when I
See?
hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable. What? Still preying on folks with your book of lies? Yeah, fine. Come on, show me what you got. Tell me about your little safe place.
So he doesn't seem to really believe what we tell him. So we'll tell him about the clinic again.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp. Outside.
And he doesn't believe us. Same thing with the chapel. Tell him about the chapel, he won't believe you. I'm sure you can realize what this means, right? It's essentially, whichever one you tell him about, he won't believe it, and he'll go for the other. So I think we're pretty well done doing all this through here. Let me just try to think again. No, we are. So we're looking for the Grand Cathedral, which this is starting to look like it fits the bill pretty well. Do be careful of these guys. Their weapons can frenzy you, and that's a bad time. Oh, fuck me. We have a sedative, right? Do we? Nope. Uh-oh. Okay, it stopped building. That's good. I should not have dodged back. That was bad. I should have dodged forward. That would have avoided his attack much better. Alright, we got a big ornate door in front of us. We have a path to the right. It looks like it keeps going, right? Well, it does. Right, we keep going down this way. What about to the left of the door? There's an item. And it's not a dead end. Got a bloodshot eyeball. We see an item there. Get some hunter's mark. And we see we have a tunnel there, cave. Now, if you want to go in either of those directions on your own, that's fine. But we do want to stick to the main objective, right? We need to find the Grand Cathedral. Oh, that's a noise, isn't it? Looks like we have a note right there. Right, nothing behind the doors. Got a note over here. Inspect. Heir to the ritual of blood, purveyor of ministration. Place your hand on the altar's sacred covering and inscribe Master Lawrence's adage upon your flesh. Master Lawrence. Okay. We did get the bloodshot eyeball, which we go ahead and read this. It's a material used in a holy chalice ritual. Cool. And it's an eyeball in a jar, right? An exquisite eyeball removed quickly after death, or perhaps even before. Used to unlock the seal of the old labyrinth hintertombs. Okay. We're here to talk about the old labyrinth. This doesn't mention what that is, though, right? This does. What's the old labyrinth? Something to do... Labyrinth seems to have something to do with the ritual things, which we'll get to eventually. I might do one today. This looks very Grand Cathedral. Some very interesting statues going on here, right? That doesn't look earthly, does it? Maybe that's a big hint to something in the game. We'll stop here and listen. Someone's talking. Can we get closer to hear better? Try turning this up.
Their wills are weak, minds young. Were it not for fear, death would go unlamented. Seek the old blood. Let us pray, let us wish to partake in communion. Let us partake in communion and feast upon the old blood. Our thirst for blood satiates us, soothes our fears. Seek the old blood. But beware. The frailty of men. Their wills are weak, minds young. The foul beasts will dangle nectar and lure the meek into the depths. Remain wary of the frailty of men. Their wills are weak, minds young. Were it not for fear, death would go unlamented. Seek the old blood. Let us pray, let us wish.
And now she starts repeating herself. So this seems to be someone of the church saying a prayer, right? Something about, seek the old blood, right? Let us find communion, so on and so forth. If you want to hear it again, right, go back and hear it. I'm sure what she's saying is on the wiki. But a decent lore dump right there, right? A decent, a big data point for the lore. This seems to be someone who has something to do with the church, right? Well, because I've played the game, I'm going to prepare a little bit. Do we care about this? 5 is a decent amount. Shouldn't need these, but we'll see. So we are here at the Grand Cathedral, it would seem, right? This looks pretty Grand Cathedral. In the Cathedral Ward, looking for pale blood. Maybe she could help us find something out, right? Maybe we can learn about the pale blood from her. Holy shit. Well, that's interesting, right? Still clutching to that amulet. That's a big girl. So she's like a deer wolf thing going on here. So here we have Vicar Amelia. Very, very important boss fight in the game. For the lore. Once again, the strategy is going to be, because she is a large enemy, try to stay behind as much as you can. Oh, we got her to stagger. That's good. That's half health right there. Ooh, oh my good. Okay. Well, she stun locked the fuck out of me. I should have gone right instead of left when I did. That's okay. All right, let's try it again. I haven't died to her in a long time. All right, we're just gonna do a quick run back. Oh, was that there before? Shooby-dooby-dooby. Don't mind me, fellas. No, fuck. I have a series to take care of. Woo! Okay, you suck. Not cool, bro. Not cool. Alright, see our echoes right there. No one's following me, right? Take a little bit of time to prep. Okay, let's try this again. That's a grab. She's bumping into me. Oh my god. Bro. She's being very aggro. No, I'm not gonna get that. Yes, I am. God, Amelia, fuck off. God damn it. I'm always like one frame away from getting away. One frame off of getting away. God, I do not remember her being capable of being so aggressive. God damn it, dude. Okay. Well, that took way longer than I expected. But we got her. That's good. Probably should have leveled up the sword first. But it's fine. That was definitely on point. Okay, very good. Just want to check. No, this is good. I was gonna say maybe the controller is lacking a bit, but I mean it hasn't been the whole time, and it's not. So I guess that was just a lot of bad timing for a lot of things, of me trying to heal and move away when she kept catching me. But it is what it is. All right, so we have a very prominent display of all sorts of stuff going on here, right? I don't know if this is ever explicitly stated, but I think it could be assumed that what's in the jar there is blood, right? We have all these different figures worshipping or seeking the blood for various reasons, right? The blood is being used to heal people, right? So maybe these are people who are diseased in some way. And that's what this represents. We have a skull. The note talked about a Master Lawrence, right? So let's go ahead and inspect this.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
Well, that was interesting, right? That's a big cutscene for the lore, right? So we had two characters that we're being introduced to there. Master Willem and Lawrence, right? Not quite sure who they are yet, right? We haven't had that revealed to us yet through items and things. But there seems to be some sort of ideological disagreement between the two of them, right? So much so, but they seem to highly respect each other, right? But this disagreement is so strong that we had Mr. Willem there describing it as a betrayal, right? And of course, Lawrence comes back and says, you know, he of course thinks this is not a betrayal, right? But you will never listen, right? What are they talking about, right? So they're clearly disagreeing on how to go about doing something. What that is, we don't know yet, right? And what do the two of them think is the way to do it? Maybe we'll find out as we keep going. We had Lawrence seems to have to do something with the church, though, right? We had that note in the church just before Vicar Amelia talking about him, right? Etch the words of Master Willem, or etch the words of Master Lawrence in your mind, right? So Lawrence has to do something with the skull there, probably, right? But certainly the church. And we have this, accept a gift from the messengers. The eye of a blood-drunk hunter beckons hunters to the hunter's nightmare. A deformed creature will whisk you away outside Uden Chapel. Whatever that means. Probably shouldn't have picked that up quite yet. This has to do with the DLC. I'm not going to read that item yet until we're ready for the DLC. We definitely... Let's level up the sword first. Go ahead and knock that out the way. There we go. We need 3 more shards. Sweet, that's all we need. Can we... There's no gems on here right now. We can make this stronger. That's good. It's a level 2 and it's giving us that much. Oh no, that's a 7. Okay. The 2 is what's on this one. Okay, put it here. Sweet. Yeah, that would have been nice to have had before we did Amelia. Okay. Anything to buy from you guys? Nope. Okay. Let's go ahead and level.
Welcome. What is... Very well. Let...
3. Very nice. That's also 3. Okay. That's also 3. Three, 2, 3, 3. My goodness. We got a whole bunch of damage right there. How much was that? What were we at? 29? 27? No, it's 3 each time. So it was 8, 5, 2, 9. Yeah, maybe it was 9. Anyway. Alright, done with that.
Well.
Spent a lot of freaking vials on Amelia. Way more than I should have. We're in decent stock, though, in here. But we can go ahead and grab them. That's 4. 112. Coins. I don't really need to buy coins. Get a decent number of coins and pebbles throughout the game. Let's see. This is what I was talking about. Right, with the gate being closed. As they go off on the hunt. That was on here, on the Hunter Chief emblem. Belonged to the captain of the church hunters long ago. Which I believe is Ludwig. Right? I don't know if anywhere calls him the captain of the church hunters. But anyway. Okay. I think we should do... I just realized a way to min-max something. It's not important though for this. I think we should go here. Just to see what's going on. So as we can see, it is now nighttime. Neat, right?
Have I heard of Bergenworth? Afraid I can't say that I have. The locals aren't apt to share any local history. I'm afraid I may not be of help for much longer.
So we've come back. The world has changed a bit. Gilbert's still alive. He's been our helper, guiding us about where to go. But he's probably not going to survive much longer. And he can't really help us right now. Right? He doesn't tell us anything about Bergenworth. Okay. What's that say? No, nothing about Bergenworth. It was much longer. Okay. And he's still coughing, right? He doesn't sound like he's in good shape. You notice how he's dressed, right? He's wearing the exact same thing that we are. He's in the church garb. Right? Pretty neat. Interesting, right? I think the question there is, since he's in the church garb, was he one of the church hunters, right? And then somehow was taken over by the beast, by the beasthood, the beastness. Is that what's been happening in Yarnum, right? And are these werewolf-looking guys people, right? Are they former people? Pretty sure that's pretty easy to conclude, right? Or maybe they're dogs or something, right? That got even stronger and became the werewolf-looking guys. I think it's probably pretty easy to conclude, though, right? That the werewolf guys are former humans. But I don't know, actually. Okay, so we're pretty strong for the beginning area. One-shotting everything. Yep, he got aggroed. Really interesting to me how he gets aggroed. I did hit the dodge button. I don't know. Maybe, I guess I'm tired, man. I don't know why I don't know why, it's like my reaction time is way off. So the little girl's not here, right? The light's off, no response. But the lamp is still going. We're gonna double back over here. Stop it. what we want to do is to go down the elevator here. That counter damage. I don't know how anyone is supposed to come across this. I don't know if it's going to be here. It might be. Yes, it is. Got a red messenger ribbon. Let's go ahead and read that. Red ribbon that the messengers are oddly fond of. The thick, pungent red was drawn from the organs of some unfortunate victim. A strange choice indeed, but perhaps for the messengers wearing this accessory constitutes a form of mourning. Okay. Right, so clearly, probably should have set this while I was up here. This is obviously not a red ribbon, right? This is a white ribbon covered in blood. So someone who had a ribbon became an unfortunate victim, and their blood got spilled on the ribbon. And the messengers seem to like it, right? Because the messengers are a bit odd. Should have kept the elevator down. I was going to do something else, but I realized I don't want to do that. I was going to go to the lamp at Father Gascoigne, but we don't want to do that yet. We're gonna back. I guess I could have just done a higher smart. I actually do want to put that on. I put these on the personal effects bar. Quick access for those when we need them. Back to the dream, and then we're gonna go back to the ward. Yeah, we would. I do want to make up for all the files I use with Amelia. Okay. We're going to go to the Cathedral Ward. Not the Grand Cathedral. We could go to the Grand Cathedral. But we want to go to the ward specifically to see if something may have changed. Right, we told those two people to go somewhere. Maybe they did it. Yep, do you see them? Do you see the two of them? So we have her right here in front of us, obviously, right? But there's also a gentleman back there. And he should talk about them.
Ah, the hunter. Thank you. To that old man, you told him about this place, right? Well, he don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see him alive anyhow. And I sort of hope that my asking you turn out to, you know, help him out in the end. I've never been any use to anyone, you see. Just happy about it, is all.
Neat, right? He's always in such a good, jolly mood.
If you find any sane survivors, well, send them along to Erdon Chapel, will ya?
Well, sane is questionable. I don't know if anybody here is.
If you find it, send...
Alright. So let's have a chat with them. Hello, hello. Get a little close up, right? Get a real clear picture of who we're talking to. Right? Pretty lady. Sweet. Right? Alright.
Oh, hello, dear. You weren't lying. This is a safe place. Thank you. I'm in your debt.
Got a curtsy.
I'd like to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood.
She can give her blood.
But would you even take a whore's blood?
She's a whore. Okay. I hope that word isn't going to be a problem with Twitch and YouTube. We'll see.
Oh, good.
We will take it.
Come close, dear. Don't worry. This isn't the first time.
The blood of Ariana. So we learn her name is Ariana.
Oh, hello.
Keep talking.
Sorry, dear. You're much too eager. I've only so much blood, okay? Oh, hello. Sorry, dear.
And that's on repeat. Okay, so we got the blood of Ariana. What's the deal with that? Heals HP and temporarily boosts stamina recovery speed. So we saw from Yosefka's blood vial, right? We have different types of blood we can get from different people. I think Ariana's might be my favorite, but that's just because I like stamina recovery a lot. So we can go ahead and read of hers. Did we ever read Yosefka's? I don't remember if we did. Well, there it is, right? Blood vial acquired from Yosefka's clinic. This refined blood, highly invigorating, restores a larger amount of HP. The product of a slow and careful refinement process, this rare blood vial appears to be a clinic original. There you go, right? Nothing too fancy. Now we have Ariana's blood, which is much darker here, right? But we notice Yosefka's is yellow, right? A golden color to it, which is weird, but it's refined, right? So I don't know if this is a universal attribute throughout the game. Refined blood seems to be yellow, right? Or at least this type is. So blood of Ariana, which is much darker. It's probably the tube there that it's in seems to be a darker glass. Not sure, but her blood is really bright compared to, like, probably can't really see the image very clearly on our blood vials, right? But it's a very bright red on our blood vials. So Ariana's blood taken from Ariana, Cathedral Ward Woman of Pleasure. The sweet blood of Ariana restores HP and temporarily speeds stamina recovery. A member of the old healing church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. What does that mean? Right? Her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. So we had in the cutscene there, we had Willem talking about fearing the old blood, right? The old blood might be forbidden. Is that what we're talking about? Is her blood similar to this old blood? Maybe. Right, with the old lady here, I don't know if we ever learned her name. She's not looking too good.
How did we ever get into this mess?
So she seems to be losing her mind. She was quite together when we first met her, right? Okay.
Oh, the good old days. What a laugh, eh?
So she's losing her marbles. Does she cycle? Looks like she might. Yeah, I guess she does. Okay. Now we have him, the old man, right? Hard to get a good view of his face because of his hat. I tend to try to get the camera up in here, right? There you go. You kind of gotta be goofy with it. It's about as good as we're gonna get, I think. And I don't know his name either. So we did tell him to go to the clinic, right? But he came here. He really doesn't trust us, right? This will always be the case, right? Whatever you tell him to go, he'll go to the opposite.
Ah, you, the swindling off-comer. Did you really think that'd work? There's no fooling me. Now, off with you. You heard me. Go away. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath.
So he's, incredibly cynical. He's straight up telling us, right? He's bragging, right? You thought you were going to fool me? You can't fool me, so on and so forth, right? So if you're gathering NPCs to go to certain places, remember with him, you have to do the opposite of the opposite, right? So if you wanted to send him to the ward here, you had to do the clinic, right? On the next playthrough, if you want him to go to the clinic, you gotta do the ward, right? To keep track of all your inputs you're gonna do on the menus.
I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the blind man. There the beggar sits at the bottom of the bloody food chain, and then he's here acting like he owns the place. He's not to be trusted. What's he want with all those people anyway? That little weasel has a murky past, I'm telling you.
Why do you think that?
Give it a rest, please. I've no time for your petty lies. But what? Just go away now. I can't stand the stench of your lying breath.
No, I never did. I probably should have checked the wiki on him at some point. I don't even know his name. I don't even know if he really has a quest. Because you'll talk to him, and it gets to the point where he just keeps saying the same thing over and over again, despite your progress in the game. He just keeps saying the same thing over and over again, that he just doesn't trust people. There we go. So, should be, fuck. We haven't fucked it up. Good. If she's not here, something's gone wrong. Okay, so just bear that in mind in your game. You can do this. We're going to do a step for her quest in a minute. If you go do that before talking to her here, you fuck up her quest. I'm pretty sure. Because I'm pretty sure I've stumbled across. Because I'll blow through the beginning of the game, right, without ever returning to the Hunter's Dream. And when you do that, you'll trigger what we're about to do in a minute. And if you trigger that without talking to her, I never saw her again, right? I'm pretty sure that happened. This is like years ago now. But do be aware of that. You want to make sure she's here and that you talk to her. Okay, which we're going to do right now.
Oh, hello there. Perfect timing. I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. Henrik, an old hunter, has gone mad. And he's my mark.
She's so good. It's that too, I think, specifically, is the gesture, right? If you want to get all the gestures in the game, she has to be here. And she won't appear until after you defeat Vicar Amelia. Which I probably should have said a minute ago. But yeah, she won't be here until after Vicar Amelia. And you won't get all her gestures, finish the quest, so on and so forth. If you're a completionist, right? If you're not that concerned about it, then, that's up to you.
the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. I have business there first.
If we remember, I don't know if we know her name yet in the game. I guess we could just say it. This is Eileen the Crow, because she looks like a crow, right? Her outfit. Mask is very reminiscent of a plague mask, right? Which is a real life thing from back in the day, like 1,000 years ago, right? Maybe like 600, something like that. No, it would be the Black Plague, right? Which would be the 14th century, 13th, 14th. Yeah, that's what it would be. But anyway, she mentioned Hendrik, right? Right. Eileen is the hunter of hunters, right? So she makes sure that hunters that are going crazy don't fuck up with the hunt, or don't fuck up the hunt by fucking with other hunters. So that's what she does, right? She's essentially the quote unquote police force for the hunters. And she just mentioned Henrik, right? Well, we heard about Henrik on the throwing knife. One of the old hunter Henrik's favorite weapons. Interesting, right? I think it's interesting. Which is, if you remember these, throwing knife with a finely serrated blade does not cause a great deal of damage to beasts, but with deft use can distract attackers and keep them at bay. If you've read this, so clearly she's saying don't go down there. Henrik is down there. Don't go down there. Don't go down that place, right? Don't do it, right? As gamers, we are, of course, going to do it. Because we're all basically children, right? Don't put your hand on the stove. So we're going to go down there. And you'll have a bit of an edge. Not much of an edge, but you'll have a bit of an edge by knowing that Henrik likes to use throwing knives. And to be on the lookout for those. So we're going to keep talking to her. I think she's done.
Don't go near the
yeah, she's done. Sweet. Well, we are going to completely ignore what she says. I think we need to... I'm actually going to reawaken. We could travel back to the dream and then come back, but it'd just be a waste of time. That's 2 loading screens instead of just 1. This one should hopefully be pretty short. There you go, there's a throwing knife right there. She should be gone, I believe. Maybe not. No, she's not. That's fine. That might have been a waste of a reawakening. Everything else is the same. So where she's talking about, don't go to the tomb underneath Erden Chapel. Well, that's where that's where we have to come from Father Gascoigne, right? That's where she's talking about. We should see Henrik hanging out here somewhere. There he is. Now, this is a pretty decent fight. Oh, he might kill me. There's Eileen. We need to make sure she comes and joins the fight. We won't get credit for fighting him if she doesn't show up. I believe there are multiple outcomes for doing this, for who gets the final blow. I think whether or not she does it will give you a certain gesture, and if you do it, it gives you a certain gesture. That could be wrong. I could be misremembering that. But definitely do be careful of attacking her. If you attack her too many times, she will go aggro, I believe. Which is bad. We don't want her to go aggro. Pick that up. Air. Interesting. That is... We should have one already, right? We got several. Yeah, that's one of the runes. We'll read that in a minute. Let's go talk to her.
That wasn't necessary of you, but you have my thanks. We made it with our lives. You're not bad at all. You must have killed Gascoigne as well, then. He was falling apart, I'm sure it had to be done. But try to keep your hands clean. A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
That chuckle, man. Approval, yay. I just realized, I think you can come here and kill Henrik before talking to her previously, but you won't get the shush gesture, right? And I think with approval, you may or may not get approval. I can't remember. I should just check the wiki. But you might get approval either way. But really, the ideal path is to kill Amelia, go to the ward, talk to her, get shushed, then come down here and do this, get approval, right? It's all good.
Try to keep your hands clean. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
I think there's an outcome you could do here too, is with the two of them fighting, if you don't interfere, there might be a different path to take with that, but I'm not sure. Never tried.
Try to keep your hands clean.
Okay. This has been a nice playthrough of me trying to make a decent walkthrough and guide for people. And I started thinking of different things you can do. And I was like, huh, I never tried that before because I always do this. I don't think we can level.
Let me stand close.
Stupid. Oh, it's so
Now
stupid. I
shut
hate
your
it.
eyes.
I really wish you could turn that off. Okay, yeah, we way can't level. Okay.
Farewell.
We do have cold blood though. I don't know if I've read the ones. So every 3 tiers you get a different description. Right, so we have tier 4 here, 5 and 6, right? 1, 2, and 3 are the same lore, and 4, 5, and 6 have the same lore. And I don't remember if I've read any of these ones, which we'll go ahead and do. Thick cold blood 4, a thick droplet of cold blood containing blood echoes, used to gain a larger amount of blood echoes. A strong will produces thick blood, doubtless the product of obsession, a potent source of human strength. Right. What I love about the cold blood items is how the pictures for them change as they go up. Right. So this is the 4. Here's the 5, and the 6. Right. It's getting more and more extravagant. Right. It looks like it has more and more power, as it should. Right. Makes sense. We didn't read the poison knife, did we? Yeah, we should go ahead and do that. I'm just so used to just grabbing items in the game and going on. Poison knife. A knife slathered in poison. Makes sense? This curved knife is as thin and sharp as a surgeon's blade, often used for self-defense by special doctors in the healing church. They say that hunters traditionally avoid the use of poison, likely because the poison is too slow to act in the heat of the hunt, which is true. A poison build is pretty rough in here unless you do rapid poison. Now, how do you do that? Well, we can learn that later. So what I like about this is, the picture is beautiful, right? It's very elaborate, fancy blade covered in this not too inviting substance, right? It looks like a dangerous coating that's on it, right? Which it surely is. And of course it says, often used for self-defense by special doctors in the healing church, which I find interesting, right? It's essentially like, you'll think of in the military, officers will have sidearms, right? And not full-blown, like rifles and SMGs and such. They usually have. So I wonder if that's kind of like what's going on here, right? the poison knife, probably for the special doctors, is they're very likely not, it's specifically used for self-defense, right? The doctors are not going on the hunt, right? Obviously. So it's essentially, the doctors would, if they were to find themselves in trouble, would throw the poison knife, right? Hopefully the DOT will take out the opponent, right? Or at least slow them down enough for them to run away, right? Which I think is neat. Right? You don't like, they don't get a pistol or anything, right? Or, some sort of firearm. And they don't use regular throwing knives, right? They specifically use poison knives. That's just neat to me. We have 66 left over 10. Is it really worth it? We're over halfway to the next level. We need to repair it all. Not fortify, repair. Can we fortify, actually? That's a big fat no. Darn it. Did we get any upgrades? I don't think so. No. Okay. Oh, we got the air rune. Let's go ahead and read that. A carol rune that transcribes inhuman sounds. Did I read the other ones? We read communion. Did we read Formless Erden? Where did you get this from? I forget. We got this from the beast down below. I don't remember if we read this one either. Well, let's go ahead and read these. We might have done it already. Well, this is the newest one. We'll do the newest one first. The air sees sentimentality in the warmth of blood and acknowledges visceral attacks as one of the darker hunter techniques. More blood echoes gained from visceral attacks. Perhaps the air is a hunter who bears the echoing will of those before him. Interesting, right? Perhaps the air is a hunter who bears the echoing will of those before him. And as such is the heir to the other hunters, right? Which is neat. I really don't remember if we read Beast. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth. A transcription of the roar of a labyrinth beast. The bearer of the Beast rune has accentuated temporary transformation effects. Beast is one of the early Carol runes, as well as one of the first to be deemed forbidden. The discovery of blood entailed the discovery of undesirable beasts. Very interesting, right? Formless Erden. I really don't know if we read this one. A secret symbol left by Carol, runesmith of Bergenworth, right? Notice that these ones say secret symbol, right? And this just says this one's a Carol rune that transcribes inhuman sounds, right? That's a big hint to what the runes are all about, right? It transcribes inhuman sounds. What does that mean, right? This is a secret symbol left by Carol. This might be the most common description, actually, a secret symbol left by Carol. So we have Formless Erden, the Great One Erden, lacking form, exists only in voice, and is symbolized by this rune. Let's think about this. This is very important, right? The Great One Erden, lacking form, exists only in voice, and is symbolized by this rune. What does that mean? Well, Great One, right, is a Lovecraftian concept. And Odin is one of them. So the Great Ones are, in the Lovecraftian sense, right, these great celestial entities, right? And Odin himself lacks form. What does that mean? We're saying that he's not really corporeal anymore. And he exists only in voice and is symbolized by this rune. So it seems he's only able to talk, right? Or he can talk. He exists only in a sound way, right? Interesting, right? Those who memorize it enjoy a larger supply of quicksilver bullets. Great. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless great one, Erden. Human or no, the oozing blood is a medium of the highest grade, and the essence of the formless great one, Erden. Both Erden and his inadvertent worshippers surreptitiously seek the precious blood. Very, very interesting. So he's one of the great ones, right? He and his worshippers surreptitiously are seeking the precious blood. What is this precious blood? And why are they doing it secretly? Painted old workshop. That's that. We have... So I know what we should do. We should do... No, we should go this way and then that way. I'm sure that doesn't make any sense to you. That's fine. So what I'm talking about is we're going to go down here. Really got to stay hydrated. Okay. We're going to go kill these guys first. I was thinking about going that way first, but no, we're going to go that way first. Come on. Come on, big boy. You bitch. Oh my god. Frenzy should stop. Yeah, okay, good. Really don't want to get frenzied. Lovely, lovely. You can go here before Amelia. Nothing changes, I'm pretty sure. I just figured we would get the Grand Cathedral out the way. Let's say fuck you to these crows. Which I think there's... Isn't there not an item up here? I guess not. Well, they won't drop on us now. I don't think they can, but they won't. They certainly won't now. Come down these stairs and rush. Rush, 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 rush. Come in here. Come in. Oh, fuck it up. Lock onto this guy. We want to not die. We want to grab that. Why are you just sitting out? So this is a decent fight with this guy here. This is actually not a bad place to fight him. Why is he just chilling? Alright. Snooze, you lose, man. So he caught us pretty good before we were able to kill the nightmare there, because I'm stupid and I suck and I got stuck on the building. So we got 4 bolt papers. Awesome, right? That guy was using electricity, obviously. But you notice it was blue, right? Blue is important. And it's called bolt. The electricity in the game is blue. And it's significant to something, right? So, if we remember the fire paper, you can activate it, right? You saw me use it earlier. Activate it, you essentially strike your weapon with it to make the weapon on fire, right? Bolt paper's gonna work the same, as we'll see in a minute. The fire paper is very much for the hunters. like the hunters, so to speak, right? So coarse paper that applies fire to weapons when rubbed, a hunter tool found in the Healing Church workshop. Since the tragedy that struck Old Yarnum, fire has become a staple in beast hunts and is thought to cleanse impurity. Certain types of beasts have an abnormal fear of flame. So the fire paper is very much like the everyday go-to element for dealing with the beasts, right? Found in the Healing Church workshop. Which it's a very staple, routine, right? I guess boilerplate, I don't know if boilerplate's really the word, but very routine is the fire paper, right? But then we have the bolt paper, coarse paper that applies bolt to weapons when rubbed. And look at the difference between these artworks, right? You can see the spark leads up to the flames, right? And then this just goes crazy, right? It's like the bolts are flying off the paper. It's very neat. So applies bolt to weapons when rubbed. Invented by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church workshop. Artificially recreates the blue sparks that are said to surround dark beasts. So this is found in the Healing Church workshop. It doesn't say explicitly it's invented by Archibald, though, right? But it might be. Not really sure. It's probably reasonable to say so, but it often confuses me, right? It says a tool found in the workshop. Does that mean it was made by somebody, or it was just there, right? So this artificially recreates the blue sparks that are said to surround dark beasts. What does that mean? That's a good question. So it artificially recreates the blue sparks that are said to surround dark beasts. We're learning there are these things called dark beasts that tend to have blue sparks around them. And Archibald, who is infamous and eccentric, why is he like that? Right? We have, well, I guess we'll learn later. I don't want to give too much away right now. Unlike the other strange weapons created by Archibald, this one was favored by many hunters, in particular, I can read, those who had even once laid eyes on a dark beast. Right? So, this one was a big hit by Archibald. I don't know exactly Archibald's entire role. So we have the workshop. The workshop seems to be where they invent what they're going to use for the hunts. And there's probably multiple inventors doing things. Or they just have regular supply. Like the fire paper might just be a regular supply that's just there. And maybe Archibald turned the fire paper into bolt paper, right? I'm not sure. Or if he just made it from scratch. So it could be there's multiple inventors, one of whom made the fire paper, and Archibald was another inventor who made the bolt paper. And this was a really big hit, especially those who had once laid eyes on a dark beast. I'm curious of putting that detail in there, right? What I think this means is people who have seen a dark beast really got how dead on he was with the bolt paper, right? It's like this is straight up the electricity that we see coming off these dark beasts, right? Which is probably why it was a big hit. I don't know. Maybe it's saying it was a big hit for those to use against dark beasts, right? I'm not sure, which is weird to me. Like, why would you use the bolt on the bolt entity? But I think it might be the former, right? It's like, yeah, Archibald, you got it right. That definitely is the electricity that we see coming off dark beasts. It's crazy that you harness that power. So we have this hunter up here, who's quite a pain in the ass. because of that reason right there. Okay. Fuck. Try to get this unlocked. Need to get stamina back. So this guy's really annoying because he has the... I believe he's using the rifle spear. But the gun is basically a shotgun, as you can see. And it makes getting close to him a little annoying and a little tough. But you can dodge through the bullets. So the bullets are coming at you dead on, right? You might have seen me doing it earlier. They're coming at you straight on. If you dodge to the side, you'll go right through them. Right? So instead of dodging back, which doesn't give you any progress to getting towards him, you can dodge to the side. If you dodge forward, you'll get hit by them. So you see there, you're avoiding the hit, but you don't lose any distance on him. Oh boy. Don't. Okay, good. He didn't capitalize on that. That's good. This is why the PvP is so good in this game. It's a lot of fun. It's basically just like this. You're probably not going to come across anybody using the rifle spear, though. But that is a good fight against the rifle spear. So with him, right, do as I did there. Just dodge to the side as best you can and keep trying to close the gap. You want to use the untransformed setup, right? That lets you be quicker. You can try to shoot him if you think that'll help. He's not going to attack with the weapon, with his melee, that is, very frequently. If you want to try to get a parry on him, you can. But it really is better to just try to avoid the bullets, try to get in close, and just try to stun lock the fuck out of him with the R1 spam. And you should be able to take him down pretty easily. Where is it? Where am I going? We want to drop down over here. Oop. Get this item on the roof. Very nice. What should be another tier. Frenzied Cold Blood. It's a 7. Yep. And just to see the difference in the pictures, right? So we got the 5. Oh, you go for the 4. And the 5. And the 6, right? These are all thick. And then we have Frenzied. Very bubbly, right? A rich droplet of cold blood containing blood echoes used to gain frenzied blood echoes. This manifestation of madness comes from a mind teetering on the very brink. But has a sane mind ever produced anything of true significance? Fair. So we have the red lamp, which is burning the incense that's keeping away the beasts, which means there might be a person here. Well, there is, you know, such as they are. I didn't quite catch that. You don't say. Oh, then what happened? That's a shame. All right, well, you have good luck with that. There should be another person over here, right? The red lamp, right? You should talk to the other guy. which one of y'all's got it worse. I do think if you were to come over here before killing Amelia, they will like talk properly. I believe. We want to go this way, but first and foremost, we want to come down here and try to get the little nightmare. It's 3 regular shards. I didn't mean to run into the tree. So we'll have... We saw one earlier. We have one of these enemies called a Snatcher. And based on that name, you might guess what he does. Well, we don't want him to snatch us. A lot of health. So now he turns on his aggro. Right, when he gets that aura coming around him, he really turns on his aggro. But Ludwig's Holy Blade is very OP. So you could try to parry that as he's doing that. But Ludwig's Holy Blade is just a really good stun locker when it's transformed. So we got 1 Twin Bloodstone Shard. So we're going to need 2 more? Yep, we need 2 more. Now we just need 1 more. A quick cough there. So take a peek of what's going on here. So we have 2 gun guys and a big boy. You'll probably can see him over there. We have another big boy. And if you look really closely, if you're able to look really closely, you'll see just past him are 2 of the little nightmares, right? So I'll try to get the one in the crosshairs. Right, this is bad sensitivity. Right, so right there is one, and just to the right of that one, right? So right there. And we want to try to get both in one go. Okay, he is aggroed. I really hope he can't hit us up here. I don't think he can. There should be no other items up here. We're going to try to parry him. We need to drop here. That took damage, really? Nice, nice, nice. Is that a kill? That's a kill. Let's go. He might have blood. What if he does? Yeah, that's not going to leave him here. I was going to pop the emergency bullets. Right, pop it, heal, then pick up the vials, but we're already at max, so it doesn't matter to pick them up. So the strat for this, right, his axe is in the way. You can't really, you can see that one right there, right, just behind his axe. The other one is just behind his shoulder there. What we want to do, though, is as you approach these guys, they start running away, right, the little nightmare guys. They start running away, just like the crystal lizards, and when they get far enough, they start to disappear. Well, we want to try to get both of them. Well, the issue is we want to get close to them, but if we get close, right, they're going to run away, but also he's going to aggro. So what we want to do first is try to leave them there and try to aggro him. There we go. And we want to kite him back here as much as we can so that we don't end up having to, in the midst of us fighting him, we don't want to aggro the nightmare guys. At least that first shot was me trying to keep his aggro, but he did come back. And then I got the parry. We can, now we're CPs. We don't need to do anything. Okay. Hopefully we try to direct them into a corner without them. Yeah, I think their paths are predetermined. All right, so that's one. And that's 2. Very nice. And twin bloodstone shards. Let's go. Come on in here. Lead elixirs. We can look at the... I think we read these already, right? These are the same. So we need to worry about that. We did just get the lead elixir. Is there anything else new? Something else new, right? We haven't got anything really. Oh, I didn't read that yet. Oh yeah, I didn't read this either. I should really pay attention to things, right? So we got the gold pendant from Vicar Amelia. Pendant of Vicar Amelia, used to change into a blood gem, which fortifies weapons. This pendant passed down among the vicars who had the healing church is a reminder of the cautionary adage, words that will open the gates of Bergenworth, right? So fear the old blood. Right? Dope. I didn't break this yet. We'll do that in a second. We have this 1/3 of umbilical cord that we didn't read yesterday because I forgot. A great relic, also known as the cord of the eye. So 1/3 of umbilical cord. Just the name of that is fucking weird and gross, right? It's a third of an umbilical cord. So it's a weird looking umbilical cord, right? This is a big deal in the game. A great relic, also known as the cord of the eye. Every infant great one has this precursor to the umbilical cord. All right, let's write that down. Every infant great one has this precursor to the umbilical cord. So it's not really an umbilical cord, right? It's a precursor to it. And every infant great one has it. Okay. Every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. Right. That's pretty... Can we... Following this? Every great one... Remember, Urden is a great one, right? There's many great ones, right? Which are these celestial entities that are essentially gods. And every one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. Which is really sad. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned to the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Used to gain insight and, so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. That's interesting, right? The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. The hunter's dream is a conception? What's up with that, right? Okay. Then we come in here. And we can look what's going on here. Now, do be cautious about what's up here, because that happens. We've saw that before. Can we open the door? No, we can't. So then we try to run away. We don't want to get grabbed by that, because you remember, it will cause frenzy, right? And I don't want to die. So we'll leave that for now. And we will... Might be worth going to go level. We should be okay. You know what? Since he's by himself, we could just kill him to get more echoes. $12.05 neat, and we got a shard. That's fine. Now, why are we doing this? Well, we're gonna go back to the dream. and in case I'm short some echoes, I'm going to kill him, so I'm hopefully not short any echoes. So we're going to go get our weapon to +5, which is great, and then maybe grab a level or two. And we can see right there, right, the flashing blue. The third blood gem slot will unlock on +6. Pretty sick, yo. Do we really need this? It would be nice to have that as high as we could eventually. We're gonna get so many shards eventually. Okay. Look at that damage, man. 150 plus 103. Very nice. I don't know why it untransforms your weapon when you fortify it. It's really weird. But it is what it is.
Welcome.
Give me some levels. What am I gonna do? That's 3. That's 3. 1, 2. We can do 2. That's 4 more stamina. Definitely 1 stamina. But also damage. Damage is good. That's 3 and that's 3. 6 more damage, man. That's amazing. Well, these are almost the soft cap. So we might do that, right? We might just get strength and skill to the soft cap. And then we can start working on health and stamina. We do have a fuck ton of cold blood though. Which I was gonna pop earlier. 2,000. How much did we need? I didn't even pay attention. It's gotta be like 9,000 something, right? So this will be, this is gonna be like, yeah, that's gonna give us like 60% to the next level, isn't it?
Very well.
So we definitely get a level. Yeah. That's 3, and that's 3. Sweet. That was pretty close, right? That's about 70% of the next level, I think. Which means I shouldn't have popped all those. But it's fine.
Farewell.
As long as we don't lose them, then we're good. Back to the Grand Cathedral. Shooby-dooby-doo-wah, bop-a-doo-boo-boo, boo-ba-doo-boo-boo, boo-ba-doo-boo. Mm-hmm. Shooby-doo-boo-boo, boo-ba-doo-boo, boo-ba-doo-boo. I have a friend online and he's not playing anything. We have been talking about Bloodborne fairly recently. Wonder if he would have been willing to jump on. Meh. Meh, I say. Actually, we could just kill him. That's enough for the next level, isn't it? Fuck it. We will kill him, but we won't go level. Not yet. Five hits. Very nice. We went from 7 hits to 5 hits for those guys. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Did I see? My eyes are fucking with me, aren't they? I thought I saw an item shiny. I was like, there's no way there's an item there. My brain is being a goof. Alright, we're gonna head through this cave, this cave tunnel. And now we're in this forest. Now do be careful in here. There is a bunch of guys with guns. And a bunch of dogs. This dog is usually aggro. Depending on your timing, he'll be looking at you. Ooh! Where's the dog? There he is. Sweet. We're gonna get a fuck ton of bullets in here. This is definitely one of the places to farm bullets. If you feel you really need to. There is a better place, I think, but we're not going to see that for a little bit, for quite a little bit. But this is still, you know, pretty decently. You see how many gunners are over there. So, really decent for farming bullets. Grab all these really quick. That's a lot of bone marrow, Ash. Woo! Ah, you fucker. Okay. The real secret to this, to the woods here, is just doing as I'm doing, right? Just take your time, try to pick enemies off one at a time. Make sure you're not getting looked at by like 5 gunners at a time. That's going to be hard to dodge their bullets. I like going the path I just did. You come out of the tunnel. If that dog is looking at you, maybe kite him into the tunnel, kill him, and then go to the left. Right, do a little path to where, as I did, and then backtrack to the guys over there by the fire. And then, you know, just make a circle. Right, from the cave, right, take out these guys around here really quick, and then just make a counterclockwise circle around the woods. That should take care of them all pretty easily. It's quite dangerous to just run through here like a madman. Which is very often the case for every area in all these games. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Okay, now 2 dogs and a gunner. But we are quite OP. So being able to one-shot the dogs is great. Now you'll notice how I've been leveling, right? Just been dumping a lot of it into damage. If you feel like you need to go health, go for health. Okay, I think we'll go. Should be able to. Let's see, we need what, like 99? 9,900. So we'll definitely get a level, and we should be about halfway to the next one. Okay, she's not here. She's not there. Is she back? Is she back by the DLC? Yeah, she is. Okay.
Welcome. What? Very well.
So this will be the soft cap for either one I choose. 3 more defense too. That's crazy. I think we'll just do it. Just knock it out.
Farewell.
40. Level 40. That's crazy. Do we have any things here? Right. We got Henrik's stuff. Let's get Henrik's stuff. Why don't I go back and check to see if Eileen was still there at the... She shouldn't be. See if she's still there at the cathedral ward. We could buy paper now. That's good. Not too concerned about any enemies. Any bosses that are coming up. I think we're okay at vials, right? So that's, I always like to think of this as counting the vials by groups of 20, right? So we essentially have 7 groups of 20, right? Which means if you're going against a really hard boss, right, you're probably going to use up most of your vials, right? Or the boss is giving you a lot of trouble. Like I spent what, like 16 vials on Amelia, which is ridiculous. So, and then think about that as how many attempts that's going to be, right? Like if each attempt you're going to spend like 15 or so vials, right? Then that gives you, right? So I have 135, right? So 15 or 20 or what have you, right? Whatever you're likely to spend, that's the amount of attempts you'll have for each boss. That's giving you trouble, right? And then the question is that good enough, right? But that's only if you're dealing with a really tough boss. I hope that made sense. Because you are going to find a lot of vials in the game. So it's like, is it worth buying them or just hopefully get them? It really depends on what boss you're dealing with. That's a one-shot. Okay, we are a little OP for this area. Well, that just means we're going to blow through the area, right? The whole point of this playthrough is that anyone can beat Bloodborne, right? So if you really want to just beat it, then go OP. Set your challenge level for yourself. And hopefully, you know, you'll enjoy the game so much by blowing through it with the Ludwig's Holy Blade that you'll be like, you know what? Maybe being able to one-shot every enemy in the game was a bit much, right? And then in your next playthrough, you'll dial it back, right? Or maybe you'll be properly leveled for NG+, right? And then go through that other playthrough with the Holy Blade, right? And so on and so forth. So we have someone to talk to. You should hear the other people on the other side. Have you talked to the people on the other side of Cathedral Ward? They said the same thing. That's not enough, is it? Almost, my God. Okay. Are we really that close to a +6 weapon? The problem is getting to 7, 8, and 9 is going to take a lot longer. Because the mats we need for that are fairly rare. Uncommon, I would say. Don't hit me with your hot poker. How dare. Rude. Stop it. Okay, that's not a too hot. Two shit. Okay. Not a two shot. Where's the other one? With the Mario mallet. I know it's a hammer in Mario. But that's a mallet, what she had. Now! Well, that sucked. That's the problem with trying to visceral on the stairs. Well, that's a good demonstration. Trying to visceral attack on the stairs. And there we go. We can get +6 now. This is fun. I love doing that. And there's... no. Okay. Well, little tip here. So we got a little path going down. But if you stay up on this part... hello. Drop attacks are never not fun. All three right there. And we got one more. And one more. Nice. I'll ride this out. I don't know if I showcased this. I ran past it, but I don't know if I showcased it. That this is a shortcut. All right, that's the person in the house that was making noises. And we send her back down. Okay, be careful here. She'll try to push you off. Eight? Oh my God. You can talk? 2 and 3. Okay. Back at you. What's that creaking? Oh, the doors are creaking. I don't think I ever noticed that before. That's spoopy. Can you imagine just like being alone in your house or just hearing that? Like, imagine, right? Spoopy. Where'd you go? Alright. That was one aggro dog. Something's creaking upstairs. Squeaking. Creaking and squeaking. Beware of that. Come on. Another bloodshot eyeball. We could probably head into a dungeon. Do at least the first one. You're the one squeaking. Adept gem. Yeah. That's the door squeaking. Okay. There should be everything in here. Pretty sure. Yep. Okay. Oh, do be careful of her too. She'll try to push you off as well. If you come darting around the corner, she'll most likely succeed too. Don't care about sharp gem. Alright, take it easy as you're going along here. Because that big guy is likely to be the first one that sees you. Now it's a matter of who's first. Ah, shit. Stamina. Okay. Should be a dog. You might hear the pitter patter right now of a bunch of dogs. There's like 6 dogs down there. Ow, you fucker. Are you not gonna move? No, she's not gonna move. Okay. I was hoping she would move, that I could just shoot her to offer. Nice little ambush right there. I don't know where she was going. You're attacking the wall, lady. That's not where I am. Bunch of dead bodies. All sorts of disease coming off them or something. Who knows? Looking for the other lady over there. So we're pretty safe right now. I'm just gonna grab this. I want to make a beeline for the lever over here. Open a shortcut. Do it again. And fuck. You never know which one he's gonna do. Really, that was so late. Nope. I'm bad at predicting. That was way early. Okay. He was being a goofball. Where's the old lady? Oh, there she is. Okay. You need to definitely die so that you don't throw all your crap at me. Okay, so the big boy there, he'll just keep going up and down the hill there. We want to deal with the dogs now. So there should be one or two here. Okay, this is a fun game. Okay, that one. There we go. There's all the boys. Woo! That's 4 dogs. It might just be 4, but I think there's like 6. There's one next to her. Okay, it could be 5. So there's like 4 that are like free roaming, right? Free range dogs. And the one on her. Yep. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. That was on the dog, right? That's a body right there. Okay. I didn't know the dogs could drop that. That's sweet. Doesn't make sense that they can. Thick cold blood. And a very neat item over here. We get the lake. Next to the water. Makes sense. So that's the lake rune. I'm going to peek at that. One of the lake runes increases defense. Physical damage reduction plus 3%. A carol rune that transcribes inhuman sounds. So it seems to be... Right, hang on. So we're seeing a lot... these runes... That's wrong. Where's another one that says it? There we go, that transcribes inhuman sounds. So the runes seem to be transcriptions of inhuman sounds. Interesting. What's the deal with that, right? And we see Carol is capitalized. What's up with that? Well, we'll see. So for Lake, this transcription of the Great One's inhuman voices ripples like... It'd be nice if hang on. This transcription of the Great One's inhuman voices ripples like a watery reflection. This rune means lake, and those who memorize it enjoy reduced physical damage. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep, and an augur of the eldritch truth. Overcome this hindrance and seek what is yours. Okay. What kind of gems we got going on? We could probably do a little bit of explaining on the gems. So you see the first word on the gems is different, right? We have the different shapes. So different shapes are going to go in the respective slots. So we see tempering. You see the effects of them. Physical attack up. Right? And you can go over this in your own time. And then adept gem, we see thrust attack up. Heavy, strength scaling. Sharp, skill scaling. Right? Fire attack up. And then we got a bonus ability as well. Blood attack up. These will always be the case, right? Tempering will always do physical attack up. Adept can be blunt or thrust attack up. I'm pretty sure I've seen Adept that had blunt on it. So Adept is either or, blunt and thrust. Heavy is always strength scaling. Sharp is always skill scaling. Right, so you see this. You can easily understand how these work in your own time, right? So as you're going around and you're picking up the gems, you'll read it, right? Oh, I got an adept one, right? I got a heavy one. I got a sharp one, right? Tempering, right? These are the ones I'm looking for. These aren't the ones I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and get him down. I think I got every item. Oh, you didn't aggro. Okay. That's gonna hit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't know that was gonna hit him. Okay. That was way late. God damn it. Stop getting greedy, you moron. I'm talking about myself. Getting so greedy. I think that's all the items. Now what's interesting here is we got that mob coming up here. Right? 3 lovely ladies. And we got Homeboy. As you go up the hill, Homeboy is going to come out and start chasing you. So what I like to do is just what we're doing, right? Let Homeboy chill and hopefully aggro the ladies. They can do a pretty good gank though, so be aware of that. And he's aggroed. Ow. Holy shit. And he just darted up there. Okay. I don't understand his scripting then. They all start with the block. Just attack. Yep. Oh my god. Why are they're so weirdly passive? That should have got him. Get up there, get up there. Fuck. Oh my god, oh my god. I should have dodged toward him. Oh my god. Woof. Okay. Get the chest over here. And we're going to go up into this lovely building. Now, there is a secret, not secret, I don't know. You hear the noise, right? I think that's how, there's a little nightmare guy up here, right? I think that's how they all sound. But they won't come. He won't come until you do this. So just be aware of that. You gotta be quick. And we're gonna go down here. And it looks like we very much have a boss fight. Well, we do. Now, there's a neat trick you can do with this. And I really should dip and go level. Because we have a lot of echoes. But I'm going to try to risk it for the biscuit. What you can do is, the secret to this fight is there are these hag women that are summoning these really annoying guys. But you only see those guys if you have any insight. So what you can do, whenever you approach a boss room, you'll gain an insight, right? And because you have an insight, you'll see the guys, and the guys will hurt you, and they can hurt you, right? But without insight, they're essentially not there, which means they can hurt you. It's just the women. Well, that's a bit of a spoiler. There's the one witch, but there's really two witches, and they'll both summon these guys that get you. So because when you enter a boss room, you get an insight. So what you can do is run in, get the insight, and then dip out. Right? Use the Bold Hunter's Mark to dip out, and then go back to the Hunter's Dream, spend all your insight in the store, in the insight store, and then come back, and it makes the boss fight a real piece of cake. Right? So if you find yourself having a lot of trouble with the fight, you can do that. But I'm going to try to do it legit. So these are the summons. Not one-shotting it, that sucks. And they really suck, because as you saw there, they can easily stun lock you. Well, that's a lot of damage on her. Try to do, okay. So you want to look for a red flash. Did you see it to the left over there? Your footsteps. Ooh, no. Okay, so the health bar is not going down. This is the other one. Alright, so the red right there, right? Ooh, and stamina. Ooh! What? That wasn't in range? Get out of here. One, there's the other one way over there. Shit. Okay. Saw her, right? Where'd she go? Okay. So the big secret with this fight is so there's actually two witches, but also when you kill one of them over a certain amount of time, I think it's like a minute or two, the other one will resurrect. Right, so you gotta be quick. The trick you can also do is if you see one of them, right, do some damage on that one, right, and then look where that one runs off to, right, and then avoid that spot, right, and then just run around the rest of the room looking for the other one, and then try to whittle down both their health bars together as you can. But if you're going to deal with the summons, do be careful with them. They can very easily stun lock you. And now we have a very important area over here. We see we have a hunter. Looks like a hunter, right? Tied up in a chair, which is very weird, right? Covered in blood. Rune Workshop Tool. Was ist das? So here we go. Enables etching Carol runes into one's consciousness. God, my throat is so dry. Please give me a second. Okay, let's go ahead and read this. Rune Workshop tool. Runesmith, Carol, and you see it's a brand right in the picture. It's a brand. It's a brand of the hunter symbol. Runesmith Carol, student of Bergenworth, transcribed the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones into what are now called Carol runes. So now we explicitly have what the whole deal with the runes is, right? So we're getting a little bit more info on Bergenworth, right? Runesmith Carol was a student of Bergenworth. Bergenworth is a college? Is a school? Like, what's going on with that, right? People are going to Bergenworth, or were at Bergenworth, to learn things or do things, right, of a studious nature, right, an academic nature. And so Runesmith Carol transcribed, right, made language, right, wrote down the inhuman utterings of the Great Ones. So the Great Ones speak in incomprehensible ways, right? That's very Lovecraft, right? Like, as I said previously, the name Cthulhu is not how you pronounce Cthulhu, right? That's how beyond us they are, is humans are incapable of actually speaking the language of the Great Ones, right? Or wherever they are, right? The elder beings, the ancient ones, right, as Lovecraft would call them. That's how beyond us they are. But Carol somehow was able to understand them, maybe, or just took what was heard and just started applying symbols to them into what become the runes. So the hunter who retrieves this workshop tool can etch Carol runes into the mind to attain their wondrous strength. Provost Willem would have been proud of Carol's runes, as they do not rely upon blood in any measure. A lot more lore regarding Willem, right? Willem seems to have a beef with blood. Well, Lawrence seems to have a connection with the church, right? We know the church is pretty okay with blood. So that might be part of the rift between the two of them, right? Willem, for whatever reason, rejected blood to reach whatever his end goals were. Lawrence probably had the same end goals. Probably everyone had the same end goals. But Lawrence was probably okay. But Lawrence definitely seemed to think blood is permissible or blood is the way to go. And Willem definitely disagreed. And it says, would have been proud of Carol's runes. Which is interesting, right? Is Carol dead or is Willem dead? I guess we'll find out. Right? Or maybe he doesn't know about them. So, I guess I find it interesting that we have that last line in here, right? Would have been proud of Carol's runes, as they do not rely upon blood in any measure. I don't know if Carol is with Willem, right? When making the runes. So, saying would have been proud of Carol's runes, maybe Carol left Willem and then started doing the runes, right? That could be, the last line could be hinting at a rift between Carol and Willem. Right? And so Carol can be proud of the work done to hopefully have maybe been looked upon favorably by Willem, since the blood is not used. And I don't know if this is supposed to be Carol, right? It might be. I think it would make sense, right? But I don't know if we can actually conclude that. This person has been tied up or tied themselves up. So it's hard to really tell. But the tool for Carol's runes is either being done here in Hemwick or it somehow made its way here. I don't know if we ever get... The lamp will probably tell us where exactly and what exactly this building is. We can look around though. We have all these bodies hanging around. We have I've always been curious what the significance is of the boss that we fight in here, right? The Witch of Hemwick. Do the Witches of Hemwick have anything to do with Carol runes? Or are they just here, right? Is that Carol in the chair, who's long dead, and then the witches just came in here to make this their home? I'm not sure if there's any answers for that. I forget what this area is called, where the lamp is. But we will see it in a minute. I will check it at the Sorry, I just got a text message. I forget what I was saying. Check the thing here. The Witch's Abode, right? So it's the Witch's Abode is where we had the fight. How did the Carol tool get over there, right? I don't know if that's Carol. Never actually thought about it. Never really done a lore dive into the game. So we definitely want to level this up. And as you see, we need chunks now, bloodstone chunks. Unfortunately, though, the chunks are quite rare. But now we have all 3 gem slots done. For the waning, though, we only have fire. And I don't really care about putting on fire. Although it might be handy dandy. Not quite sure. I think that's the strongest gem right now. There. I saw blues. Yep, definitely put that one there. And this, okay, that's 8. So this goes to, if you notice, oh, we can't change the menu. So you see the damage, right? It's all physical attack, right? 160, 160, plus 30, 136, right? We put the gem in, it'll go up to 144, right? We have all the numbers there in physical. But blood, arcane, fire, bolt, those are all 0, right? However, if we do a fire gem, right? A fire gem will add fire damage to the weapon, right? But what it does is, you'll notice the 160 goes to nil, right? It goes to a line, it goes to a dash, right? It's nothing. And then the bonus damage goes to 0 as well. So whenever you put a element on a purely physical weapon, it gets rid of all physical damage, right? And then converts it to whatever that element is. So by putting on the fire gem, we lose all the physical damage, right? Which would be 160 plus 136, right? Which is a big number, right? That's 296, right? Almost 300. But putting on the fire gem, we would be doing 160 damage plus 16, 176. We're just almost cutting our damage in half by putting on a fire gem. So what's my point, right? The point is don't worry about elemental gems. Right? At least until you get a whole bunch more. So, for really the time being, just put physical gems on. Right? Just in case you've been wondering, like, well, how should I build the gems? Like, what should I care about? Like, fire sounds dope. Should I want more fire? Well, you're going to lose all the damage. Right? That's going to be the problem. So that's pretty beautiful setup right there. We have a tier 5, right? Rating 5, and a rating 7. And then the red blood gem, because it's a droplet, can go into any slot. So that's what I was looking forward to, going to +6. We can finally take off the droplet from, right, it was in this slot before, but now we can just throw it into the waning, because waning gems are usually elemental gems. Just throw that in here, get an extra physical. We're going to be doing a whole bunch more damage now. And now, since we have the Carol Rune tool, we can memorize a Carol Rune to acquire its Eldritch Strength, which we would love to do, right? We can get more blood vials, more bullets, viscerals grant more echoes. You'll notice too with the runes here, you see how communion here is very grayed out, right? It's very faded. It's hard to see what the rune is, but the formless Odin here is quite clear, right? Very distinct. It's not as cloudy. This corresponds to the strength of the rune. Okay, so do bear that in mind, right? The very grayed out ones, right? All these are the weakest version of them. And there are different levels for different runes. Not all the runes have the same amount of levels, though. The most common different tiers for a rune is 3, right? So like Communion and Foremost Odin have 5, though, right? So like Air, Lake, Beast, they all have 3, right? So there's Air 1, Air 2, Air 3, right? 3 being the strongest one, right? The most powerful one. You'll know you have the strongest one. I know this is really spoilers, kind of spoilers. You'll notice how this is getting clear, right? This is very cloudy and foggy, right? This is much clearer. The strongest rune for a type of rune will have like a golden glint in the middle, right? Like a starburst going on. That's how you know it's the strongest one. And this is +4. The cap for Formless Odin is +5. Right, so just imagine this picture with a big, like, golden starburst in the center. That'll be the final image. Max bullets is pretty good. This shouldn't really matter that much to defense. +3 defense. We might do air. I guess we'll just do these. We don't have any of the blue ones yet, right? We don't have any, you see, these are oaths, right? Oath memory. We don't have any oaths yet. We should get those. Should probably get the first one fairly soon. Soon-ish. And now, since we put those runes on, right? We'll put Communion, +1 vial, +4 bullets. Since we put them on, you'll notice the numbers on those are white and not blue, right? Blue indicates the cap. So when you put them on here at the Hunter's Dream, and you go back into the world, you're still gonna have 20, right? So before you leave, you want to be sure to come over here and retrieve them to top yourself off, right? So you see that we now have blue numbers. So bear that in mind whenever you're using those Carol runes. Did we get more armor? I forgot to read. Forgot to read Henrik's stuff. Let's go ahead and read Henrik's stuff. We read the chart, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Where's Henrik? There's Henrik's stuff. Okay, so we killed Henrik, right? He was a real dude. Killed him with Eileen, and now we get his gear at the Insight shop. So let's see what's going on with Henrik. Hunter's hat worn by Henrik, the old hunter. The taciturn, we'll see which is different. So it's all the same, right? So we got hat, attire, trousers. Cool, so it's all the same words. The taciturn old hunter Henrik was once partners with Father Gascoigne, and though they were a fierce and gallant duo, their partnership led to Henrik's tragically long life. Interesting. Henrik's unique yellow garb is resistant to bolt and will be of great help to any hunter who has inherited the onus of the hunt, right? Which is fantastic. I think I haven't seen any exception to this. I think Henrik's armor is the highest bolt resistance in the whole game, right? Anyone that can find an exception to that, right? Anyone who can prove me wrong, awesome, right? Go for it. But I haven't seen anything that's higher than his resistance. As you can see, right, his cap, just his cap has 60, right? His chest has 150, right? I don't think anything has 150 resistance to anything, right? Maybe one or two things here and there, right? But like 150 is bonkers. 140 is crazy high, right? You look at the charred hunter garb, right? It has 140 for fire resistance. Right, and Henrik's has 150 for bolt. That's huge, right? And his gloves, 70, huge. 80 for boots, huge, right? So, if you're going up against anything using bolt that's giving you a really, really hard time, Henrik stuff, man. So, remember what we said before about damage reduction? It's a percentage, right? So, 150, you move the decimal over to the left once, right? It's out of 1,000. Right, so it's 150 out of 1,000. Move the decimal over. That's the percentage of that damage type that it will be reduced by, right? So with all of Henrik's stuff on, we got his chest piece of 150, right? Gloves 70, bolt or boots 80, right? 80 and 70 is 150, plus 150 is 300, plus 60. Right, so 360 by wearing all of Henrik's stuff. You'll be taking 36% less bolt damage, right? So, if it happens, right, something that's doing bolt is really giving you a hard time, Henrik's set. I highly recommend keeping Henrik's set on you for such an occasion, right? But definitely don't feel that you need to do that. Levels. We still have to get levels.
Well, what? Very well. Let me.
That's 2. So we'll get the soft cap here. 4. Big, beefy 4. Then 2, 2, 1, 1. Okay. So we could just do the soft cap for both. And then I think, I'm pretty sure, I've doubled and redouble checked and, triple checked, quadruple checked, all this stuff over the years. I'm pretty sure the soft cap for everything is 25. So it would be nice to get that for everything. Maybe just do that, right? Just start leveling these up incrementally. Cool.
Farewell.
We could probably... So typically with a build, actually, in Bloodborne, you typically want to pick a weapon and level up one of the physical traits, right? Like you want strength and get that up to the hard cap, right? Or skill all the way up to the hard cap. But we're doing Ludwig's Holy Blade because it's silly and OP and awesome. You could probably stick to the soft cap for strength and skill with Ludwig's Holy Blade and be good. You might be able to beat the game with that, right? And then put the rest of the points into vitality and endurance. But that typically is the way to do it, right? Just dump the points into one damage type. and then vitality endurance. Right. So the point is, so strength or skill would be 50, which is the hard cap, right? Well, 20, but we split it, right? 50 is the hard cap, and then strength and skill are now both 25. They're both at the soft cap. But because Ludwig's Holy Blade is it has quite high scaling, you could be able to get it to keep it on the soft cap for both. But, you know, more damage is always great. So if you want to be like really hardcore and forego really increasing your vitality endurance and you want to go for the hard cap for strength and skill, go for that. You'll be doing a whole bunch of damage, but you'll be pretty squishy. But for the most part, you might be able to just stick. You might be able to keep the soft caps and be pretty okay. But more health and more stamina is very good. It's very good to have. That was weird. Why was that looking? Okay, that's why. I noticed the runes were like not showing up, and I was like, why can't I see those? It's because they're the low, crappy ones. Okay. Anyway, do we have cold blood to pop? It should be around here somewhere. Oh, we do. There it is. I didn't go far enough. 4. We have 5 4s. 4 is what, like 720 or something? I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Very well.
All right. Let's refill the. That's 12. 12's a lot. We're about halfway to the next level. Yeah, fuck it. Use 35. So we've gone to the left and right of the cathedral. We have the password now, right? Fear the Old Blood. We could go down that way. But what we could also do, though, many people might not come across this. The game is very beautifully designed for your first playthrough, where you're not like min-maxing everything. Very well designed with a certain enemy that we're going to go encounter. They make them very strong. The game made them very strong, where you're likely going to die to them. But if you're quite good at the game and you're figuring things out, you might not ever die to these guys.
Oh, hello.
She's got nothing more to say. She's saying the same. He should say the same as well. Right. Now, what was I talking about? I was talking about this. Eileen should not be here, right? No, she's not. I was talking about the Snatchers. So if you're quite strong and you never die to these guys, you'll never know of this certain area. Which I think is a good time to go to. Ooh, that's some damage. He wasn't even charged up when he did that. All right. This is like one of my favorite cutscenes in the whole game. How dope is that? Right, right. Now you will notice, you see, right, the lantern was gone. Right, my hand lamp was gone, and our blood echoes are gone. Right? To get here, you need to die to that guy, but it is going to be an actual death. So before you do that, I probably should have said this before I died. Before you do that, make sure you have enough blood echoes that you're willing to lose in case you're not able to go back and get them. Which you can do. You can go back and get them. But you need to find a way to get out of here. You could just do, you know, Bold Hunter's Mark. Or I don't know if you could do the regular Hunter's Mark. Because you sacrifice all blood echoes and awaken anew. I don't know if that will get rid of your bloodstain. If anyone knows the answer to that, that'd be cool. 6 cold blood. So we did, right, this is a shiny note, right? This is like a proper lore message. Madmen toil surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets. Very interesting. You need to obligatory pot breaking. So the madmen toil surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their. So the words used in the game, you know, that's the proper usage of the words, right? So it means madmen, right, when it says it. And these madmen are toiling away, hidden away from the rest of society in these rituals to beckon the moon. Why are they beckoning the moon? What does that mean? What's the point of that? And why are they doing it secret? Right? We need to go uncover their secrets. Now we're going to go down here first.
Oh, merciful God, help me. In the name of the healing church, cleanse us of this horrible dream.
So we found a person. There she is. Just make sure we got everything. So the key with her is if you're not wearing anything from the church sets, she'll talk to you, but she won't really. Like she does, but she doesn't. So as an example.
Oh, please leave me be. Don't take me, please. Oh, please, dear God. Oh, please leave me be. Don't take me, please. Oh, please.
Right, so she's scared shitless right there. But if we change her stuff up, what was I wearing? That. I think that. I don't remember. So we're in church stuff now.
Oh, by your garb.
Easily forgiven.
Church, you've come to save me. Oh, thank you, dear saint. I have no words to express my relief. You can take this at least.
Sweet.
It's sure to please an upstanding member of the church like you. Oh, thank you so much, dear gods. Thank you so much. I was seized on the street by a hulking brute in the cathedral ward and locked up here. There were
Hey,
many
same.
others, but they've been taken away. And I've heard moans echoing in the distance ever since.
Yeah, a lot of that happening.
So, the hunt is on tonight.
It sure is.
Then the streets are perilous, and every door will be shut tight. Perhaps perhaps it isn't my place to ask, but
Do you have
do
a
you
safe
know
place?
somewhere that might take me in?
So there you go. So we can rescue her. This is Adele. I think her name is Adele. You can't rescue her unless you have the church garb, right? Some sort of church clothing. I think it has to be a chest piece as well, right? She's pretty good to have. Her, well, I won't say just yet. She's a pretty good addition to the family. All right, so I'll tell her about the chapel.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt, kind hunter. I'll set out as I come.
That should be double check. Okay, so she's all good. She is going to hopefully make her way to the chapel. What else can we do, you know? How the hell she's going to get there, who knows? And can we just take a moment to breathe in the atmosphere here, right? Listen to the music. Pretty good, right? It's just so ominous and foreboding. It's so good. All right, coming up here. Get the nightmare guy. That's a one shot. Very nice. 3 twins. So we have this path. We don't want to worry about it. We want to come up here, but slowly. You could hear his footsteps there for a moment, just before he came around. And he's got a friend. Don't worry about them for right now. You could probably hear it, right? You hear the glowing sound of a lamp. We see a door. Get over from the side. And another door. Get over from the side. Okay. And we have a note. Shiny note. Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry. What the fuck does that mean? Right? So nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Rituals that are really fucked up need a newborn. What kind of newborn? Who the fuck knows? Right? Like just a straight up baby? That's crazy, right? And we need to find one and silence its harrowing cry. Right? So it seems we are trying to stop this ritual, which is using this newborn to get done. And we need to silence it. We need to silence it, right? Ooh, that's a... oh boy. Very nice. And we got the moon. Twin. And a twin. Meanwhile, do be careful over here. We have one of the witches. They could just be called hags. I'm not sure. It's the same model. Right? The same model as the witches of Hemwick. Well, they could just be called hags. I'm not sure. This music is so good. We want to come out of the building here. And where the fuck are we? What is that? That's a pig. It's one of the giant boars. I like to go this way first, although it might not really be. I'll probably go the other way first. Oh, he's aggro. Okay. Come on, piggy. That was not a good dodge on my part. I should have realized he could have kept turning better. I thought I could have got it. But I really need to understand this. I need to learn this. With the dogs, your horizontal swipe is very likely to go over their heads, so... Ow. Shit. Well, we just lost whatever that was. The 34 echoes or whatever it was when we got initially taken away. It's all good. Come on, big boy. Good stamina, we definitely could kill him. Could have just kept swinging and then killed him. But it is what it is. Really? Okay. Nice. Fuck off. Okay. We'll go down here. Item right there. But be sure to turn around and get the other item over here. And we want to open the door. Six pebbles. And another 6. There was about before about spending, like if you have like 100 echoes, right? You can buy pebbles in the store for 1 for 10 echoes each, right? It's just not worth it because you're gonna get so many pebbles in the game from random drops. So now we want to go this way. And there will be a nightmare thing. Bam! But he's pretty beefy. So if nothing else was a pretty good indicator, that certainly is of how strong the area is that we are currently in, right? Having to kill that guy with 3 hits, we definitely bumped up the difficulty, which is good because everything else has been pretty freaking easy so far. Because we are what, like level 43. Dip in here. Can't do anything in here, but we see giant elevator, which is dope. You can look around behind it, nothing. Right? And we do hear a pig, right? We hear another pig. So we could go either way. I guess we could go down here. It's quicker, but definitely read this. Behold, a pale blood sky. I don't know what that means. Is it a pale blood sky? It doesn't look blood. It doesn't look bloody. These dogs are pretty simple to take care of. Very nice. 3 Madman's Knowledges. I'm going to grab this, which is an armor set. I think this is essentially the Yahar Ghul set. Of course, the helmet, the headpiece is black hooded iron helm. But I think they all go together, which we will go ahead and read. I don't think we read anything. Did I read the lead elixir? No, I didn't. The lead elixir is a heavy, syrupy liquid medicine. Temporarily shifts weight to make deflection of attacks easier, but must be used with care, as it also slows movement with no change to defense. So you can drink this. You basically will deflect everything, but you get slowed, and you don't increase your defense by doing it. Its recipe for this mysterious concoction is unknown, but some postulate that it materializes only within the most desperate nightmares. Very nice, very neat, very handy item. I see a lot of people don't use it that much. Have nothing here. Didn't get anything there, right? No. Do we even read his blade? I think we did. Let's go ahead and read the Yahar Ghul set. Make sure anything is different. So these are the same. That changes. Okay, so this isn't really... I don't know if this is really part of the set. It doesn't matter. This very much has a distinct bit at the bottom, but no, it is part of the set. Okay, I see it there. Okay, black hooded iron helm. Iron helmet worn by hunters of the unseen village. Is that where we are? The hunters of Yahar Ghul answer to the village's founders, the School of Mensis. Okay. So the hunters of Yahar Ghul. We have a new place, Yahar Ghul, that also has hunters, and these hunters answer to the town's founders, right, which is Yahar Ghul's founders, the School of Mensis. So Yahar Ghul has hunters, which was founded by the School of Mensis. Right, the hunters answer to them, right? The hunters answer to the School of Menses in Yahar'gul. Hunters in name only, these kidnappers wear their black hoods low to shadow their eyes. This helm is made of metal, a rarity for hunter garb, and has high defense, but only against physical attacks. Cool. Right, so very neat, right? We're getting some flavor here, some lore. About Yahar'gul, right? We have a new town. We have a new organization, right? A new institution, the School of Menses. All right, Yahar'gul black garb. Thick black pullover worn by hunters of the Unseen Village, which I think is one and the same, right? So Yahar'gul seems to be the Unseen Village. The hunters of Yahar'gul answer the village's founders, the School of Menses. Hunters of name only, these kidnappers blend into the night wearing this attire, right? So the black hood is used to shadow their eyes, and the black garb of the clothing lets them blend into the night wearing this attire. Right? We're getting very. These guys are essentially, they work in the behind the scenes, right? They don't want to be spotted doing whatever their work is, which seems to be probably up to no good, right? Yahar'gul black gloves, thick black gloves worn by hunters of the Unseen Village. Let's see, I think it's all the same, right? Yep. So I didn't read the bottom there, did I? Designed primarily to defend from physical attacks, the binding of thick rope serves both to protect its wearer and restrain his foes. Okay. So the garb is, has a thick rope as a binding, which is used as defense, but also they use it to restrain their foes. So these guys, the Yahar'gul hunters seem to play dirty, essentially, right? Very, very roguish, right? Like D&D rogues. Neat, and then thick black gloves, thick black trousers. Neat. Right, so it would seem there's some real sussy stuff going on in Yahar'gul, probably, right? Slash the School of Menses. So we have these institutions, right? We have something going on in Bergenworth. We have the Healing Church. We have the choir. We have Yahar'gul. We have Old Yharnam. We have Modern Yharnam. Right, and the people therein, right? Old Yharnam and Modern Yharnam, right? The people therein, which I don't know if we can really call it an institution, but like groups of people, right? And then we have the School of Menses, right? I don't know if I said that yet. So we're getting a picture of the lore of the world, of what's going on. So we're getting introduced to these various entities, but hopefully we're going to learn more about their relationship with each other. We understand Lawrence and Willem respect each other. There's a respect there for each other, maybe even a love, right? Not romantically. But they don't see eye to eye on something. Five gold papers, very nice. And we have the Healing Church. I don't know if it's been expressly said yet, right? If the Healing Church came up with hunters, or if they just have their own group of hunters. But we know, I guess we can consider there are hunters that are like their own group. Well, I didn't finish my point there. So the church either started the concept of hunters / hunting, or they at least joined in on it, if they didn't invent it. And the first and foremost of those people is Ludwig. Right, so we're painting a picture here. I like to sneak up on these guys just like this, walk slowly. He turns around, but don't panic. You just keep walking and slash as I did with the greatsword. You should, right? You damage to all 3 of them. Hopefully, that swing will kill all the dogs. And then we have this, the Tonitrus. That's how I pronounce it. I think that's wrong. I've heard Tonitrus. I think Tonitrus might be correct. I'm not sure. Very neat weapon, I think. I've heard a lot of people shit on it, though. We'll go ahead and read this. Did I read the rifle spear? I need to pay attention to shit. So I have the Tonitrus, which is basically a mace, right? A unique trick weapon contrived by Archibald, right? I had Archibald earlier on the bolt paper, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church workshop. Striking this peculiar iron morningstar flail like a match generates the same blue sparks that blanket a dark beast. Unfortunately, for reasons untold, the hunters of Archibald's time did not fully take to the device. Which I think is interesting, because I think that's the case for a lot of players in the game. A lot of people don't take to it. So we have, once again, something invented by Archibald that deals with bolt. Archibald seems to have an obsession with bolt and making tools that utilize it. Oh, we can actually just give it a quick test run here. What's neat with the Tonitrus, like, see, it's got a little bit of jolting going on. I think in this state it does do some electricity, but maybe not much. What you really want to do is hit the, I haven't used it in a while, I hope I get the controls right, hit the trick button, and now it's really sparking to life, right? And you just swing it around, all that good stuff, right? But it does, as you see, it does lose its juice pretty quickly, right? And that's not just for me swinging, right? I'll spark it again. And you'll see it's only going to last about 5 seconds. Right? So, the thing with it is, what I think is neat with the Tonitrus is that it's very much, as you could clearly see, it's a blunt weapon, right? It very much does blunt damage. If we go to the damage here, right? Just no thrust at all, right? And blunt. So physical and blunt, but also bolt. It has bolt inherently there with it. So this is a split damage weapon, right? So it does blunt damage and bolt. Let me see if we can get, so we got 144 damage. You see weapon attack, right hand weapon 2 attack is 144 on the right side of the screen there. That's the damage from the Tonitrus right there. I wonder if, yeah, we'll just use this actually. Or this would be quicker. Yeah, inventory's, no. We'll just do stats, right? The middle there, 144. So I'm going to spark it and see if that goes up. It does, right? Went from 144 to 260. That's a huge increase, right? That's over 100 points. So that's the real power to the Tonitrus, right? You really want to just keep sparking the crap out of it and wailing with it. I've heard in for very high level characters, right? Like in the 200s, the 300s, right? So on and so forth, right? Maybe even max level. That the Tonitrus is actually really fucking strong. But I haven't used it. I think, though, for as you are now, you're probably not going to get much use out of it. Because it really... What does it scale with? It's a D in strength, an E in skill, a D in arcane. I don't know what that's going to be at maxed. But it should be, because it's split damage, you should be getting damage bonus from both. From both strength and arcane. That could be wrong, though, since my arcane is garbage, right? It's only 6. We might be getting bonus damage. You might be getting bonus damage from arcane just flat out. When it's not sparked. Let's see how it goes. I did change the numbers. Right? So we have 80, 24, that's 104, that's 144, right? I'm assuming the bolt is going up, but how much? Yeah, it's not changing it. It's not changing it here in the details. So I assume it's adding the extra damage to the bolt. Whatever that is, right? 120 damage. Just straight up from bolt. I don't know what the bonus would be, though, from arcane. So, if anybody wants to crunch the numbers on those, or already has, that would be neat to look at. Does arcane influence the tonitrus when it's not charged and when it is charged? I believe it is. I believe it does, especially when it's charged. Okay. So we've got all the things. We also have a good number of echoes. We should go back to the dream level.
Welcome. What is... Very well. Let...
Alrighty. No. We didn't get anything new, did we? Nope. Nope. That's all we got there. We don't have any chunks, right? No, I didn't think so. Okay, cool. Purchase 135. And put it. And keep them. We're gonna have a boss fight soon. All right, and this is the if you get teleported there, you're not sure where you are. This is where it is. This is the Hypogean jail, right? And that is how it's pronounced, jail, not goal. It's jail. It's English spelling, right? Like Old English. And you might be familiar with it from Elden Ring, right? With the Ever Jails. It's the same word. Same word, same pronunciation. Okay, let's get on our way. Let's smack dab you. Look out for that grab. That grab. You can mash L1 and R1 though to get out of it faster. I think you can. Is she even doing it? Ooh, that's a lot of fucking damage. Holy shit. So in all the Souls games, if you mash L1 and R1, you're usually able to get out faster. This applies to Bloodborne as well. That attack though, maybe you can't. Okay, so come in here. You might notice these bodies are strangely like lit up, right? It's almost like they can be animated, right? If you ever watch a cartoon, you can notice like what parts are actually going to do things because of how they're differently lit up. That's because these guys are not really dead. These are not dead bodies. Same goes for these guys, right? Like you see how that body is quite dull, right? Like it blends in the background. It's not. This is like he's lit up and animated and stuff, right? There you go, that's better. 2 hits, let your stamina recharge a bit, and then do 3 hits. Why didn't I fucking think about that a long time ago? So now we're gonna make our way downtown, and I'm not worried about Defector Antal. I'm gonna deal with. Look at that. That's something over there. Well, this is the boss I was talking about. I only have 3 left. Oof. Yeah, let's not do those now. I only have 4 of these. Fuck it. We won't do any of them. Alright, here's hoping for first try. Might be worth summoning. Why? Why? Why did I not hit? Okay. Decent damage. Oh, that's really good damage, actually. Staggered. But we are pretty squishy. So the real key to this is the more aggro you can be, the better. Look out for his electricity, though. Especially his AoE. Nice. Do I have air on? I should. If I don't, I fucking should. Sweet. Spark Hunter badge. First try. That's the power of Ludwig's Holy Blade. It's fucking crazy strong. So we just got the Spark Hunter badge, which means, remember, all the badges will give us new items in the shop. Badge of Friends of Archibald. Church Workshop Eccentric. Ah. Right, so he's all about electricity, especially from electricity of the Dark Beasts, right? And we just killed a Dark Beast. Makes sense that we would have this. I do wonder, since he dropped the badge, was that Archibald that we just killed, right? Or maybe he killed him, right? The Dark Beast killed Archibald. I don't know. Let's see. Badge crafted in secret by Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church, for his friends. Archibald's an interesting character. Archibald was fascinated by the blue sparks that emanate, no shit, from the hides of the Dark Beasts, and dedicated his life to its artificial reproduction, in a style of inquiry that, incidentally, closely followed the methodology of Byrgenwerth. Okay. That seems pretty straightforward, right? Except what exactly is the methodology of Byrgenwerth?
Welcome home, good hunter.
Oh my god.
What is it you... Very well.
Channel echoes? We can get 2. We can probably get 3. My goodness. Let's see. It's 2. That would be the best to get damage. No, I guess it doesn't matter. Do all 3 in there. So put all 3 in one, or 1 in one and 2 in the other. It's the same damage. 5 extra damage, but we do need health. So I'm gonna do health and then an endurance. I much rather would have endurance. Okay, we get 2 of those. Might need a repair. It's probably not that damaged. We'll just go ahead. Yeah, it's not that damaged. But we'll just top it off. And then we're going to go... That's right, it's not on that one. It's actually on this one. This is where we just were. That was the graveyard of the Dark Beast. Which I noticed, it's a bit of a... It's a tiny design flaw with the game. That if you're not really paying attention to all the locations that are being added to the gravestones and where they're located, you might get lost, right? It might take you a minute to figure out, where the fuck was I the last time? And how do I get back? Alright, so we're going to open this. And we're going to come full circle to something we did yesterday. So this is very important. Now you might notice, do you know where we are? Do you know where we are? I'm looking for the thing to pop up. It's not popping up. Unless it did already. This should look familiar, right? We are in Old Yharnam. Now this is important. Don't kill anything. Do not kill anything. Just run past. Go up the ladder. We're going to go to the right once we're at the top of the ladder, and then climb the next ladder. Don't kill anything. It might be okay to do so, but just to play it safe, don't kill anything. And keep climbing all these ladders. We are going to go talk to Jura. So remember Jura from yesterday is the guy up on the tower here with the Gatling gun. Well, he doesn't like that you kill the beasts down here. Because the beasts are the citizens of Old Yharnam. Now, if he walks up like this, then he's friendly, right? If he's hostile, he'll stay over there by the gun. So if you've done it okay, he should walk forward and you can safely climb up. He won't attack you. Why are we doing this? Well, you'll see in a moment. So he gets upset if you kill the beasts of Yharnam. But by coming through the way we just did, you completely avoid, you don't need to kill anything. He's not going to shoot at you, all that crap, right? This is the quickest and easiest way to do this, to be able to talk to him. And he basically forgets all the killing you did, right? So, because in this instance of the world, essentially the instance of the game, you haven't killed any of the beasts of Old Yarnum, then he basically says you haven't ever killed any of them, right? And that's why he'll talk to you. We can get a close-up of him, what he's got going on. He's got a bandage over his eye. Right? He seems pretty grizzled. Let's have a chat. I guess we can look at his gear too, right? He's got what's called the stake driver. And that's not the blunderbuss. What is that? I think it's like the blunderbuss. I forget what that's called. Let's go ahead and talk to him.
Well, well. How did you get in here? It's no matter.
I didn't see you.
What
I didn't
brings
shoot
you
at you.
to Old Yarnum? I've no interest in matters further up. But you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above, and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first. You understand me?
Right, so he's making it pretty clear, right? If you're hostile to him and the people of Old Yarnum, right, the beasts of Old Yarnum, that he's going to fight. So, obviously, we're going to say, we're going to spare the beasts of Old Yarnum.
Yes, very good. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. There's nothing more horrific than a hunt. In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people.
Well,
one day you will see. It's time you got going. But first, a farewell gift. I have no use for it anyway.
dope. We got the powder keg hunter badge. And a gesture. You can only get the gesture if you talk to him. Brush off dust. So, what's neat with Jorah, right? The beasts are people, but really they were people. Right? They're beasts now. Can they be returned? Is there humanity in them still? That's probably up for debate. There's really no indication for that. But he has a noble effort, right? He's pursuing a noble cause. Although it might be a bit misguided. So we're going to talk to him again.
What is it? Surely I need not repeat myself. Go, I say. You have the whole night to dream. Make the best of it.
Right. So that explains why. So he's the one that wrote the note on the door. Remember when we first entered Old Yarnum? We had that note on the door, and then we opened the door. So he's the one that wrote that, and he's trying to protect the people of Old Yarnum. Probably because his family is here. Who knows, right? And that's why he shoots anyone who comes by with the Gatling gun. But he doesn't really have any. He doesn't really seem to have anything else much going on, right? Try talking to him again.
Go. Yeah.
Nope. Okay. So we will. Let's go ahead and read his badge. This should be it, right? Oh, it was a powder keg badge, right? Wasn't it? Yeah, it should be. Okay. Powder keg hunter badge. Badge crafted by the powder kegs, the heretics of the workshop. The heretics of the workshop. Okay. So we can assume the workshop is referring to the church's workshop, right? The healing church's workshop. But they were the heretics of that, which means they probably, right, there was another rift, right? A schism, where the powder kegs probably had a certain idea. Well, let's keep reading. The powder keg's adoration of complex design and big booms culminated in weapon designs that contrast with those traditionally of the workshop. The late powder kegs, bless their souls, had a motto. If a weapon ain't got kick, it just ain't worth it. Alrighty.
What's it got?
So since he's not going to talk anything else, and if you were to go back running through, he's going to keep shooting you, right? If you keep killing beasts, he's going to keep shooting you. But we're going to be mean, and we're going to kill him.
Is it the blood, or are you just raising them? When the frail of
Give me
heart
both.
join the fray, comes the It's you. You're the beast. Just think about what you're doing. It's utter madness.
It fucking is, yeah. So that always feels bad. I feel bad doing that. I know I'm in the vast minority. So that's done. That's the only thing here to do. Now, why did we do that? Well, we're going to reawaken because I don't want to run back all the way to the lamp. We're just going to reawaken and TP over there. And then we're going to go back to the dream. Really quick, go to the dream. And then we're going to check. Now, if you recalled, when we killed Henrik, his armor appeared in the insight shop. Well, guess what happens when you kill Jorah? Why did I sit down? My goodness. So here's Jorah's set, right, that we just got. Now, why is this worth getting? Well, I'll explain in a second. We're going to grab it all first. Right, it's worth getting just because, you know, it's good to have all the armor in the game. And being a completionist and all that stuff. Let's go ahead and read his stuff. So we have the Grey Wolf Cap. Attire of the retired hunter Jorah. This worn wolf cap was his trademark. Jorah is known through his contact with the powder kegs. My eyes fucked up. I was reading it. I think I read it right. Yeah, Jorah is known through his contact with the powder kegs, the heretics of the workshop. He is said to have been both uncommonly kind and dreadfully foolish, which that basically sums it up, right? He's very kind to be protecting the beasts of Yharnam, but they're beasts. They're the beasts of Yharnam. They're not people anymore. Jorah felt defeated by the state of old Yharnam and renounced his hunter's vows. So there you go, right? He's a fool. He's a little foolish. Misguided. But he's coming from a good place. Right, this should be... Was this the same? Ash Hunter garb. Attire of the retired hunter Jorah, painted with ash in a ceremony to ward off blood. Jorah is known through his... Yep, it's all the same. Cool, so we learned a bit of Jorah. Now, why does this matter? Well, we go to... His cap isn't the greatest example of what we care about. Trying to find something better. Well, the thing about Jorah's armor is it has the greatest frenzy resistance in the whole game. As you can see, his cap right there has 19, right? The cap's not what we want, though, for frenzy resistance. We'll get that later. You'll see the normal hunter hat, right? The one that we find, is 14, right? 10 here, right? 14 up to 19. Not a big jump, right? Henrik's is 15 for frenzy, right? Not really big. But if we go to his chest piece, 60. 60 frenzy resistance, right? And it's got 70 beasthood, right? Which is pretty good. I think that's the... This is either the highest or second highest, I think, for beasthood, right? But it is absolutely the highest for frenzy resistance. Now, why does that matter? Well, it's going to matter quite a bit farther in the future. See, the church garb has crappy frenzy resistance. I wonder I die all the time. I'm a main character. Well, I don't die, but I take a fuck ton of damage from frenzy. Everything else has pretty good frenzy resistance. But yeah, this 60, this has a 56. That's pretty good. So 60 for this, right? Nothing else. Right, so many other pieces are not even close. Right, these two are the closest, but they're still pretty far. Well, this one's farther off than this one, right? So we also have his gloves. Which, where are they? They're there. So 28, right? 27 for the hunter's gloves. 28 there. And 30, right? Some things are coming fairly close, but nothing's good. Well, okay, the hunter trotters are 30 also. But that's really what it is, right? His Ashen set is the best for frenzy resistance. Cool beansies. I'm only 40 away. Well, 36. To get another vital. Can we sell anything? Sell 2 throwing knives. Well, I probably should have said this too before. Don't sell the cold blood dew, right? You don't get enough. You don't get as you get far fewer blood echoes for selling it than just popping them. I guess we don't need to. I guess we don't need to. I was gonna sell something to get the 40 to buy a blood echo or buy a blood vial, but it's not really worth it. Just one. Okay. So that whole bit there with the Hypogean jail is done. I don't think there's anything else for us to do. Let me just think. I don't think there's anything for us to do other than proceed towards the door in the cathedral ward. Adela should be here. I think I called her Adele earlier. Adela should be here. We can talk to her a bit. It was a pretty long load time on Cathedral Ward. There we go. And there she is.
Oh, brave hunter. You're alive. Thank you very much.
Dope.
The
Very
town
nice.
is in disarray, but there are still people here. Together we await the help of the healing church. I cannot begin to express my gratitude to you. The only thing that I can offer is my own lowly blood, if it would suffice.
So, we'll try to say yes to this. Already received blood. Damn, right? What does that mean? we don't have her blood. Right? Something must be getting in the way of this. Well, the problem is the blood of Ariana is getting in the way. So we're just going to pop that, and we should be able to take it from her.
Hunter, have you renewed? Yes, of course. Come in close now. Take my blood.
Very nice. Blood of Adela.
Brave Hunter. There are others.
Okay. So we can go ahead and read that now. Ms. Trigger. I should do it. Alright. We can go ahead and read the blood of Adela. Restores HP and continues to restore HP for a short time. Your blood is dark again, right? Which that's basically the color that human blood should be. But it is quite dark. Blood taken from Adela, nun of the Healing Church. Restores an amount of HP that continues to gradually restore HP for a short time. The Healing Church nuns are chosen for their merit as vessels for blood and groomed as blood saints. The mere chance of being treated with their blood lends legitimacy to the Healing Church and communion. Neat. So the nuns are basically, if you're to become a nun, you're basically just a source of blood. Right. And people seem to be, right, the very last line there, the mere chance of being treated with their blood lends legitimacy to the Healing Church and communion. Right, so people seek out being healed by a nun, right? Because it's, I guess it's like an honor, like it's a crazy thing to have happen, right? That's what I'm getting from this, right? The mere chance of being treated with their blood lends legitimacy to the Healing Church and communion. So, right, people seem to put the church on a bit of a pedestal, I guess, for the chance of trying to get healed by the nun. That's what I'm getting out of that. Okay, she's still cycling.
I'll spare you one nugget of advice. Beware the Lady of the Night. I can see it in her eyes. She deeply resents the young saint. She hears people whisper. She knows what people think of her. Yes. She despises the saint for having what she doesn't. Bloody wench, they should have moved her on ages ago.
So this is interesting. I think I just kind of caught on what his whole deal is. So I think the thing with him is that he's always wrong, right? You tell him to go to a certain place, he doesn't believe you. He goes to the other one, right? He thinks that you're bullshitting him, no matter what place you tell him, right? You told him to go to the chapel, and he says, fuck that. You're lying to me. I'll go to the other place. He's always wrong, right? He said earlier that the hermit guy, right? The hermit that's in here, who is wanting everybody to come to the cathedral. He said that he's shifty, right? Like he's up to something. He's got some sort of agenda, blah, 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 right? Which he doesn't. Right? And now he's talking about Ariana thinks negatively of Adela. Well, for people that are familiar with the game, and I guess this is spoilers, pretty fairly major-ish, minor-ish spoilers. It's actually the other way around, which we might see in a moment. Adela really has it out for Ariana. She's quite jealous whenever you talk to Ariana. See if he has anything else to say.
I've noticed quite a
Alright, we've seen that before. That's interesting though. Like I don't think I ever caught on. I haven't talked to the NPCs that deeply in like 6 years. Right. So that's interesting, right? I wonder if that is how he's designed. Whatever he says, it's always wrong. So you notice here, I'm going to try to get a good shot. Pay attention to Adela in the background, right? If you can see her. And I'm going to talk to Ariana.
Oh, hello. Sorry, dear. You're much too eager. I've only so much blood, okay?
And you might think that's a coincidence, right? Right? That's just random. That's an idle animation, right? No, we'll do it again, and she's gonna essentially try to listen in on the conversation.
Oh, hello.
All right, so there she goes again. So Adela is really jealous whenever you talk to Ariana. Now, is Ariana jealous? Can we get a shot of her? It's kind of hard to make her out. You see her right there? You see her, that's her head right there in the crosshairs. Alright, so keep your eyes on that. Right, I guess we should do it now. Her head's there, right? Behind the railing there. You see her moving a bit. So now I'll get rid of that. Should be able to see her. If we talk to Adela, does she care?
Brave hunter, please give me a little more time.
And she's not moving at all.
There are others in need of my blood.
Right, Ariana's not moving at all with us talking to Adela.
There...
She doesn't give a fuck. But, you know, talking to Ariana, Adela does care. So that's interesting. I wish I knew his name. He's always wrong. Okay. I've just gotten really sleepy suddenly. We need to go. I think we need to go to the door. He's still over there. Ooh, that's big damage. No drops? Seriously? Alright. Oh, he fell. Alright, yeah, we'll take it. You might drop bullets. Oh, okay. Sure. Go ahead and have a read of that. That should be the first one, yeah. Alright, we just got some blue elixir, which I think is a rare drop. I don't know how rare it is. Well, I think it is. It's a rare drop. I don't know how rare it is, though. Liquid medicine, blue elixir, liquid medicine that makes still bodies undetectable. I love this image. Just all the artwork. It's just so good. Dubious liquid medicine used in strange experiments conducted by high ministers of the healing church. Say what? Right? A dubious liquid medicine used in strange experiments conducted by high ministers of the healing church. What kind of experiments, right? A type of anesthetic that numbs the brain. Weird. So this thing essentially shuts your brain down, or numbs your brain, right? It's an anesthetic that numbs the brain, and it was used in strange experiments. What the fuck happened, right? Hunters, able to retain consciousness by force of will, make use of a secondary effect of the medicine, which dilutes their presence while standing still. right, which is neat. Since we only have one of those, I'm not going to use it. You know, it's probably okay if I did. I've never used it in the whole game because you're invisible as long as you're standing still. What's the freaking point of standing still, right? Like I guess you can kind of play stealth on some enemies, but it's really hard. You should just kill them, right? It's just. Change on that first swing? My God. Right, now he's blocking the door that we need to go down. Ooh, was that 1 damage away? Do they have 700 health exactly? Oof. Maybe I should have taken that. Oh, this isn't the door we want. What am I doing? I guess it is. Still listen to me. Alright. So we're gonna go this way. Look who's here. Why are y'all still shooting? Shut up. Why is there a beast? Okay, y'all need to stop for realsies. We want to talk to him and they're gonna just keep making noise. Are you done? Please? Okay. I was gonna kill them if they didn't stop. Alright. So here we have Alfred again. Right?
Oh, good to see you safe. Now, let's think up something to discuss. Just tell me what piques your interest.
So it might be worth having a refresher on the first two, right? I definitely need it. Go ahead and talk about the Healing Church.
As you know, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution. But I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and that counselors of the old church reside in the high stratum of the cathedral ward. If you seek blood healing, and the church is willing, you should pay them a visit.
Dope. Okay. So I don't know if we really learned anything new there. But that's him. I guess that's really what's really good is that we got Alfred just explicitly telling the player the Healing Church uses blood to heal people. All right, talk about Bergenworth. Bergenworth matters a lot, right?
Bergenworth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Bergenworth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Bergenworth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Bergenworth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive, but only they know the password that allows passage through the gate.
So that's a big deal, right? Learning about Bergenworth there. That's a big, big lore dump there. So as he said, only people from Bergenworth know the password, right? Well, that's how we got it from Lawrence, right? That memory from that skull. And we learned that Bergenworth found something going on in this old labyrinth that sparked their interest in all their pursuits. Right, to open up the college and do all the stuff that they're doing. Right, now this is a new one from him about the corrupted Vile Bloods.
Ah, there's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Logarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vile Bloods was born. The Vile Bloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the Church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vile Bloods is still alive today. And so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Canehurst Castle.
Okay. So the Vile Bloods are frowned upon by everyone who knows, but certainly by Alfred. And he is looking to find them. They are apparently residing in Canehurst Castle, which we heard about Canehurst from the Numbing Mist, right?
I bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure. May the good blood guide your way.
Dope. So Alfred's pretty handy dandy for some lore dumping, which I like. All right, let's try this password.
The password.
Fear the old blood. Thanks, man. It's alright. Oh, he's dead. What? How is he talking to me? Oh my god. We could talk to him, though. Or can we? How do you talk to a dead body? Let's see. Already dead. Great. Going insane. You still talk? Right. Okay. How? It doesn't make any sense. It's a good time. Nice little reveal that they did there. Who were you really talking to? Oh my god. And here we are in the Forbidden Woods. Bunch of trees. Remember to check your corners like this, right? Explore every nook and cranny. There is an item here that is very easy to miss if you don't turn the camera. Get a pretty good shot of the view over here. Let's see an enemy moving along over there. Right, which means, in true From Software fashion, we can see it, we can go there, right, for the most part, right? In Bloodborne, there's a lot of places you can't go to. But there, we can definitely see it, and since that guy's moving around, we can definitely go there. There's an item right there, way in the distance, more enemies. Alrighty. Get a better layout of the setup of the land here, right? Now, that is the windmill that we were just looking at. So it's not too far off in the distance, right? But, you know, that's pretty good rendering distance, I think, for where we were. Do be careful as you're coming up here. we got a big axe for it. Easy shot. Nice. Get off me. Lamp there. Pull these screws. Just want to grab this item really quick. 3 antidotes. Cool. That might be enough for a level.
Welcome. What? Very well.
Let's go. Well, that's a huge. What? Holy shit! Hang on. No, okay, it's 23 bonus. I thought it was like, is that like 34? Like, holy shit! No, it's 23. Or 2 stamina. Probably health. Alrighty. Just grab a Bible. Grab a vial and a bullet, I guess. Sure. Go on 12. Very nice. Probably got enough to repair, right? Fucking 18. That's fine. Well, that's good. It's not that damaged. I think, though, we will call it there. Because I'm getting quite sleepy. But I will continue this tomorrow. I hope everyone enjoys watching. I'm having a good time. I hope everybody else is having a good time. I will be posting these to YouTube. If anyone needs to reference them later. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. And take care.